Good evening, racing fans. Welcome to racing action from Grand River Raceway for this Wednesday evening. Our first race will go to post in approximately 20 minutes. Beautiful Wednesday evening here in Lower Ontario. A touch warm, but blue skies overhead and track condition listed as fast. Should be a great night of racing action. Let's get right to it with the changes on this evening's card. Note in race number one, scratched is number one, Mega Fabulous. Race one, scratch number one, Mega Fabulous. In race number two, one, Jazz Bet This Lady, Pat Houdon will drive. Pat Houdon will drive the one in the second. In race number three, number seven, Finite, the driver will be Colin Kelly. Race 3-7 Finite, Colin Kelly will drive. Races 4, 5, and 6 have no changes. No changes. Races 4, 5, or 6. Race 7, number 4, Massive Tattoo, Blind, Bridle to Blinkers, Blind Blinkers. Race 8 and 9, no changes. No changes. Races 8 or 9. And race number 10, 9, easily the best. It'll be Phil Houdon. Phil Houdon will drive 9, easily the best in the 10th. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2 as race 1 starts the early daily double. Note in race 1, scratched is 1, Mega Fabulous. And the second race, 1, JS Bet This Lady, Pat Houdon will drive. It's currently 15 minutes to post time. Time to welcome in our handicapping expert and co-host for the evening. Live from Margaritaville, the big palace over there in Newmarket, Ontario. How are things today at the palace?
Oh, doing fantastic, Gary, because it's a wonderful Wednesday, right? And we've got 10 dashes here at the river this evening. So we go back now to having those two pick fives. We've had 9 races in our last couple of cards here. So no late pick 5. This time around, we will have a late pick 5 starting in race number 6. And you know what? It's another really stacked card this evening because we've got 2 more OSS golds, this time for 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings, and a couple of competitive dashes on that front, races 3 and 5. We're going to see Goober Smack in race 3 in a real, I think, competitive race. And he's won 2 in a row here at the river since adding those trotting hobbles. And then in race 5, we're going to see Paquette make his return after a really impressive lifetime debut back in March. Excited to see what that one does. But he's got to go against horses like My Retirement Dream and Scintillating Tom, Magic Dealer. It's a real nice couple of OSS golds here at the river this evening. And they both will be a part of one of my favorite wagers here, that early pick 5 with that guaranteed pool of $5,000 low takeout 15%. Gary and I will come back and take a look at mine, Conley's, and Gary's ticket for that sequence at about 8 minutes to post.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Eight minutes to post, so the opening dash here at Grand River Raceway on this wonderful Wednesday. 10 races on the menu tonight, including those two OSS Golds in race 3 and 5. But as always, we always kick off the program on the wagering side looking at that early pick 5 starting right here in race number 1. Low takeout, 15%, guaranteed pool, $5,000. And Gary Conley and I always map out our suggested wagers for you. Feel free to add and subtract as you see fit. And for yours truly, I thought this was a real tricky sequence, and that's a good thing. I mean, that means we might see some good payouts. I almost singled the 7 Gaming Queen here in the opening dash. The problem is outermost post in the contest gets a little bit better right now with post 6. You do get top driver in the country, James McDonald, aboard. That should certainly help her chances, but obviously 0 for 14 this year. I think she does have a bit of a class edge over these, but I don't think she necessarily has to win in this race. I went too deep with the 3 Boyden. The reason why I use Boyden, love the fact they've added trotting hopples. Now, Flatline, the top priority likely tonight, but I thought this horse moved pretty well in those races where he's stayed flat, and even ones where he made breaks in stride before he's made those miscues. So I do like his chances in here as well. 5-1 on that one. Too deep here in the opener. Race number 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Looks like competitive looking dash. Now, maybe press tickets for me on the 3 and 4, but I'm going to use the outside 4 in there in a race where, I mean, really, maybe any 6 of them could actually win. Again, competitive looking race in race number 2, going 4 deep. 2, 4, 5, and 7 in race 3 as the first of 2 golds. I think this looks like the more competitive one of those 2 divisions. Willow Time's likely going to take support, but has not really been the horse we saw last year. 0 for 8 so far this season. Goober Smack, I think you have to have 2 for 2 here at the river since adding those trotting hopples. Griff off that vet scratch lameness and even Finite with the uttermost post. So I'm going 4 deep in there, thinking that race might produce some value as well. Race 4, just the 6, Ancient Wall. 8-1 morning line. Don't think we're going to see that price on them. There is a 2-year-old filly in the race, OSS Gold type. She takes an older horse that's Baden with the rail. Just not sure, it's not usually a spot I would take a 2-year-old filly against older horses, even in a spot like now when there's a 2. So I'm going to go elsewhere, and I'm going to single up on the 6 Ancient Wall, just hoping he has a speed edge, maybe that lone speed type. If you can get around Sand Dune early, might be able to get him to the wire. JG's Pal beat him last time. I think we'd be more than happy to take JG's Pal in this field. So Ancient Wall, a single for me as a spot play in race number 4. And then the money leg, race 5, the other division of the OSS Golds. Well, 2 deep with the 2 and 4. My retirement dream, just 1 for 7 this year, but 4 top 2 finishes, and has got along well with Scott Young in each of his last 2. But the 4 Paquette was just an absolute lights out winner. March 21st, 56-2, lifetime debut at the age of 3. Right away, everyone said, hey, this is going to be a good horse, but then has missed some time since then. So something must have gone awry with Paquette, but he's back now off a rock solid qualifier right here at the River. I think he's the one to beat in race number 5 if he brings his A game. Too deep for me in there, $12.80. Let's see what Gary Guy has in store for us tonight.
Well, you were tempted in race 1, and I did it. I went with 7 Gaming Queen alone. And so there it is, just all by itself. Look, 0 for 25 of the win column. Live dangerously. James McDonald certainly adds a lot to the chances there, and it's not a particularly strong field. In fact, you could say it less than that. Race number 2, I have Dangerous Curves and Ladysmith, and where you went 4, I only took 2 of yours, so we'll see how things unfold. I do have your top one, Ladysmith, so maybe I'm okay there. In race number 3, I did go 4 deep. You know, I almost didn't add Goober Smack because the others have a little more credentials, and then but Goober Smack's been really good, and I just couldn't leave them out. So I have those 4 in there. In race number 4, I have Ancient Wall and Intuitive. I've got the 2 on the outside. That's an interesting handicapping race, but I ended up just thinking Ancient Wall, the 5-year-old, and Intuitive maybe have a bit of an edge in there, but there's some nice form in others. And in the 5th race, I'm going to have to sit on the sidelines with Paquette and see a race. I see the qualifier, but I do have My Retirement Dream, Scintillating Tom, and Mastercraft. I have 3 in there, 2, 6, 8. So $9.60, Rob.
There we go. Same kind of structure for myself and Gary. A little bit different. 8 combinations, though, where we can both be winners in this early pick 5 sequence. We'll see what Conley's got in store for us tonight. I know that Conley likes Scintillating Tom. Then race number 5, I saw him post a video on X saying exactly that. And no surprise, there it is, a single of Scintillating Tom in race number 5. Looks like he's going to do a bit of a sandwich here, right? He's got a single to start us off, single to end the sequence, and he's going to put all the meat in the middle and hope he can get some prices down in those races. Just Gaming Queen here in the opening dash, and I totally get it. I mean, she does look like she's got a pretty big class edge over this field, and the most probable winner. But again, a horse that's still for this many starts in her career, I'm gonna want to have a backup plan, and that's going to be Boyden for me. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5 in race number 2 doesn't have Kalina Diamond, who I do have on my ticket. Race 3, the 2, 4, and 7, so just missing Griff. Other than that, we're the exact same in there. And race 4, the 3, 4, and 7. Easy to do the math on how many combinations Conley and I have together. It's 0 because I've got Ancient Wall keyed in there, the 6. He's going 3 deep with the 3, 4, and 7. $9 for a 20-cent wager for Conley's ticket, again, starting with a single and ending with a single. We got a couple minutes to map out your winning wagers for this early pick 5 sequence. Low takeout 15%, guaranteed pool $5,000. We'll come back in just a few minutes, take a closer look at the opening dash.
Field 4, race 1 on parade. Number 3 is Boyden, Paul Walker for Brenda Walker. Number 4 is Cadabra Kaboom, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and Tammy Aspin and Murray Nielsen. 5 is Time Will Twister, Dave Boughton for Don Lindsay and Paul Lindsay. Number 6, Cam Perry Hanover, Pat Houdon for Gary Kingshot. Number 7, Gaming Queen, James McDonough for Blake McIntosh and Hutt Racing and Mortgage Boy Stable. And delayed from the post parade, number 2, Money All Day, Anthony Hahn for Sandy Lawrence and Colin Davis. Let's get a look at this field, and it's a field of 6. Scratched is 1, Mega Fabulous. I want to start with number 7, Gaming Queen, because, well, it took this one on top, and it is Robert's top choice, and 4 to 5 on the board. You get 4 to 5 on a horse that's over 25 in the win column. That's not all that enticing, but, you know, Robert, I just couldn't see who else to go on top with.
Yeah, I agree with you. That was kind of my conundrum as well, right? You look at the field top to bottom, and you're right. It's probably one of the softest fields Gaming Queen's ever seen, if not the softest. But I mean, she's had chances at Georgian Downs recently, and non-winners have won there. I thought she was gonna actually be a winner a couple times there, with the way that the trip kind of was playing out, and it didn't end up falling in her favor. Now she gets reunited with James McDonald tonight. I mean, obviously he can step any horse up, and he was aboard once before, both of her qualifiers actually, before she made her lifetime debut last season, and was also aboard in the first start of her career. They finished third at Mohawk Park on that occasion at 16-1 mile time, 57-4. You know, outermost post isn't really that big of a deal now. It's post 6. I knew the price would be short. No, she's going to be singled on a lot of tickets. You know, it's one of those ones where, Gary, I think, yes, she looks like the most probable winner of the race, but again, she doesn't have to win. And if you get her beat, it's obviously going to be a great start to the pick 5. So I've got her on top. I couldn't go against her, but I do recognize that, you know, these are the types you're probably supposed to take a poke against.
I like that. It's a conundrum, the word of the day. Listen, Gaming Queen is a conundrum, but you just got to go there and hold your breath. Number 3, Boyden. Well, there's a conundrum here too. Back-to-back breaks. So how do you take Boyden on top? And the qualifier, yeah, it was okay, but still, it needs more.
Well, it needs to show a little more off the qualifier, but I'm not too concerned about the actual qualifier itself. I thought it was okay, especially when you consider the fact that the winner of that was Paquette. Horses that were in behind that, you know, beat Boyden were all ones that have, you know, broke their maidens before. So the thing about Boyden for me is that first start trotting hobbles, right? That's really the key. Double entered at Mohawk Park too. It looks like August the 19th going to be racing there. So I would think that we're going to see probably, you know, better things from Boyden tonight if he does stay flat, and I certainly hope he does when he adds, you know, trotting hobbles into the mix and has a successful qualifier to his credit. So seeing good things from this horse when he stays flat, but you're right, it's another hold your breath situation with Boyden, that he will stay on the trot even with the addition of trotting hobbles.
And Money All Day is also one that's had lots of issues, as I like to say, a lot of X's on the dance card. Money All Day, your thoughts?
Yeah, you know, maybe if I go back in time, I'd go 3 deep here. The more I look at Money All Day, and I see a lot of money actually come for this horse throughout the betting. That last race at Georgian Downs is probably better than it looks on paper. Now ended up making a miscue, but again, I thought raced okay. That was back in June. Since then, has changed hands and will race first start for trainer Sandy Lawrence. Qualifier was okay. Again, and against a pretty tough group and against Paquette. So we got this one here and Boyden both coming out of it. The 3 horses that were ahead of them were all winners. These were the 2 maidens that came in behind them. But I thought it was decent enough, right? Inherits the pole position, not necessarily a good thing for a trotter that has made breaks in the past, but just hoping that we might see better things now from Money All Day with the barn change and facing by all right a softer group. So I think Money All Day is in with a chance. The price is floating up now too at 9-1.
And also the change is took the trotting hobbles off, qualified without them, and you do see September 14th last year in the Champlain without trotting hobbles and stayed flat. And one more to touch on, my second choice, Tamil Twister.
Yeah, Tamil Twister last time out finished fourth. And I thought, raced okay to get past Campari Hanover in the late stages there. I thought, he'd likely be a much bigger number than that 5-2 morning line. He's 15-1 right now. I can't see him as a win candidate, but at the end of the day, maiden trotters, right, Gary? Anything can happen.
Well, it is a field of 6 of those maiden trotters, and Gaming Queen on the outside is 1-2 on the board. And as the field works their way towards the start, Money All Day and Boyden, Cadabra Kaboom, Tamil Twister, Campari Hanover, and Gaming Queen. And Money All Day is trying to move up and catch the gate. And Money All Day is getting up a little bit closer as the field works their way into the backstretch. And the field is at the start of the rough. Gaming Queen, Campari Hanover, Boyden, and then Cadabra Kaboom and Tamil Twister. And Money All Day, as Anthony Hahn was conservative with this one, making sure that Money All Day could stay flat and is now trailing the field, but is flat. Gaming Queen 1-5 on the board was easily able to establish the lead. Campari Hanover at 19-1 is second. Boyden is racing third. Then it is Cadabra Kaboom, Tamil Twister, and Money All Day, and they race their way off the turn. They come on towards us in Gaming Queen and James McDonald, 20-1 opening quarter. Now we'll look for that second panel breather in front of Campari Hanover as they work their way up towards the half. And then racing position to third is Boyden in front of Cadabra Kaboom. Tamil Twister is second from last, and Money All Day is trailing the field. On they work their way on into the backstretch up a 28-1 opening quarter. Gaming Queen racing on past the half in 58. Gaming Queen and James McDonald leads Campari Hanover, who is staying close, then a gap of about 4. Boyden, now Tamil Twister starts to roll on the outside as Dave Frankie Boughton is moving with Tamil Twister. Then it is Cadabra Kaboom and Money All Day. Gaming Queen leads it by about 2.5 lengths right now. Campari Hanover is racing second. Then Tamil Twister and Boyden and Cadabra Kaboom. 3/4, 1:27-3. And Gaming Queen is still cruising. Leads comfortably 3.5 lengths. Tamil Twister is moving up on the outside. Now Tamil Twister is taken over second. Campari Hanover third and Boyden is fourth. Gaming Queen, as they turn for home, hasn't received any urging yet, but might get some now as Tamil Twister is coming on a bit. And up the inside, Campari Hanover, Gaming Queen, Tamil Twister. Tamil Twister is going to twist right on by Gaming Queen. Then Boyden and Cadabra Kaboom, 1:58-2. Tamil Twister and Dave Frankie Boughton. My second choice, all I needed to do was add coverage for Gaming Queen. I didn't. And, well, there we go. We're both out of it, Rob.
You know what I said right before the gate, released them when we were talking, Gary? I said I don't see Tamil Twister as a win candidate. Well, there he is, your winner of the opening dash, Tamil Twister. And you know what? The thing is that we knew that the Gaming Queen was one that was a beatable favorite, right? I know you went there as a single. So did Conley. I went too deep. But we see again, right? She has an opportunity to go out there and break her maiden, and she just can't get that last bit of the race. And she gives way to Tamil Twister in the final quarter of almost 31 seconds. I wish maybe Boyden came out sooner. I think he would have made a lot more noise in there. I know that the main priority tonight is likely to get a flat line in, and he is entered back to race at Mohawk Park. So likely again, right? You want to definitely secure that flat line first, but I think he's one to watch going forward. But take nothing away from the winner. Last time out, good closing effort to be fourth. This time out, right to the winner's circle. First win in the 8th start of his career.
Well, then last race was definitely showed improvement. So he was a horse that was getting a little bit better, and well, there's a lot better. 14-1 would have been a nice ticket to start it off, but I just didn't want to spend one more and went with a 1-5 and went down in flames with it.
Well, it's a huge knockout too, because the sequence is already tricky, right? So when you look at this one here, you've got Gaming Queen likely single on many tickets. And then on top of that, the horse that wins is actually the second longest shot on the board. So this really opens the door for a monstrous payout. And if you're still alive, best of luck, because again, I think this is kind of a treat. I don't think we're going to see this chalk out. And when you add a couple more prices to this, we're going to see an astronomical payout.
Of course, Rob, my frustration is that this was my second choice, so I had a little more of an argument that I could have maybe had it, but, coulda, woulda, shoulda. But listen, Dave Frankie Boughton's victorious. You know what the Frankie is for?
Mahavlich.
Yes! Frank Mahavlich. Dave Frankie Boughton. Well, go ahead.
I said I pay attention.
You pay attention. Look at that. He's smiling. Dave Frankie Boughton's back in front of us, and Tamil Twister is a winner. And Tamil Twister, 3-year-old muscle mass bay gelding, owned by Paul Lindsay, trained by Don Lindsay. Tamil Twister victorious for Dave Frankie Boughton in 158-2. Mahavlich would be proud. The first race payouts: 5 Tamil Twister, 30, 45, 80, and 310. 7 Gaming Queen, 210, 210. 3 Boyden, 330. $2 exactor, $53. Dollar try, 126.10. Dollar super, 199.25. Fans, here are 2 driver changes. Race 6-1 showed Holiday. It will be Bob McClure. Race 6-1 showed Holiday, Bob McClure. And race 9 to Am I Radical, Bob McClure. Race 9 to Am I Radical, Bob McClure. First race or finish from the top, scratch 634152. That's scratch 634152 on the bottom.
Timeout Twister kicks off the card as a $30 winner. Big knockout in that early pick 5. Puts my ticket on the floor along with Gary and Conley. But hopefully you are still trucking along in that wager. Myself, though, I'll be jumping in on the early pick 4 right here in race number 2. Guaranteed pool, $2,500. Low takeout, 15%. There's the ticket that I've mapped out. I'm going to go 4x4 in the next 2 races, 3, 4, 5, and 6 here. Just thinking those are the ones to be involved in. Lady Smith, she might be able to come back and repeat. This is a tougher group. Give Me a Corona should enjoy getting back to the Kiddush and Clemming ranks. Dangerous Curves, same thing on that front. And Kalina Diamond as well. So 3, 4, 5, and 6 for me here. 2, 4, 5, and 7 in the first of 2 OSS Golds here at the River tonight. Thinking it's a competitive looking race in the third dash. Just a 6, Ancient Wall in race 4. Hopefully he will provide a bit of a price in there. Outside speed. Hopefully he can get around them in the early stages as well. And then race 5, the second of 2 OSS Golds. Just the 2, My Retirement Dream, and the 4, Paquette. Giving the edge to Paquette, who has not raced since March 21st when he was a winner at first asking. $6.40 for a 20-cent wager is the cost of my ticket. We're going to look at Conley's ticket. And his will likely be the same as what he mapped out in the pick 5 with a single to the 6 Scintillating Tom in race number 5. So we can't both be winners, but hopefully one of us can cash a ticket here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for Conley here in the second race. So using everyone but the 6 Kalina Diamond. 2, 4, and 7 in race number 3. Willow Time, Goober Smack, and Finite. 3, 4, 7 in race number 4. And then to the single number 6, Scintillating Tom in race number 5. $9 for a 20-cent wager for Conley's early pick 4. Again, guaranteed pool, $2,500, low takeout, 15%. Got a Minnesota map out your winning wagers for the early pick 4, which starts right here in race number 2. And we'll come back in a minute or two, take a closer look at the upcoming dash.
Field for the second on parade 1. Just Bet This Lady, Pat Houdon for Roger Gebhardt and Carol Gebhardt. Number 2, TH Jackie's Legacy. Travis Culliver, Jody Cullen, and Ron Cullen and Blair Kidd. Number 3, Ladysmith, Sammy Filiev, Rafael Barassa, Michelle Legacy. Number 4 is Gimme a Corona, Anthony Hunt from A Corona, Laverne Turnbull. Five is Dangerous Curves, James Madonna for Rod Boyd and McCann Stables. And number 6, Kalina Diamond, Travis Henry for Gary Mahan and Kimberly Mahan and Kenton McKean. Field of 6, race number 2. Let's get a look at this field. And Ladysmith is sitting at 7-2 on the board right now, off a win. And, 5 out of 7 in the top 2 on the air. Good enough for you to come back and take Ladysmith on top, Rob.
Yeah, I don't mind going back to her at all on top here. Now I'm going 4 deep in the multi, so it's obviously a race I think is kind of wide open. But the thing was, Gary, is last time she held off the likes of Love on Me, who was the even money favorite. No Money Honey was third in that race. She came back to be victorious last night at Mohawk Park, and they were a good 2 lengths ahead of that long shot. Ladysmith moves up in class, but it's second start now for Rafael Barassa, and before that had missed a couple weeks before that effort. So now you get back on a regular rotation. You've got all kinds of early foot to work with from post 3. It's a good spot to kind of blast out of there. And I think she's likely the one to catch again. And we've seen kind of support come for her, and then she goes up a little bit, then goes back down right now 7-2. I think she'll likely go off a touch or 2 lower than that come post time, but I think she's in with a big chance.
Number 6, Kalina Diamond. August the 2nd, you weren't here, but you weren't a believer in her that night. And, while you were gone, she won and looked good doing it. Last race, tried tougher, not so good.
No, not so good. But, I mean, that's a pretty big step up, right? I mean, it looks like only one notch in the class ladder because it is, but it was a much softer group. The one that she beat August the 2nd when racing off the bench. And then she had to go up against Can't Get You Off My Mind, who has been electric here at the River. And I just actually pegged her on top Friday night in the Horse Players Journal at Mohawk Park. So I think that's obviously a pretty good form reference, even though she gets beat by a wide margin in 7th. It was against one like that. And now you move back to the condition claiming ranks, which is always a move I'm going to like. When you go from any kind of a class that's a non-winners of anything to condition claimer, I'm going to like it. But when it's especially one that's a non-winner of X last 3 or last 5, I'm going to like it even more. So Kalina Diamond, I think, can be right there at the wire against this group. You pick up Travis Henry this time around, and with the right kind of trip, I think she's a big threat.
The one that I was uncertain what to do with, Gimme a Corona, because just based on the class drop, you'd think, I got to go to Gimme a Corona. But then I've been unimpressed with her this year, even though last year she was really impressive.
Yeah, she's kind of a tough nut to crack, even though she's 4 for 23. 11 on the board finishes, but you're right. Last year, right, 8 for 19, 13 top 2 finishes. So she hasn't had the same success or strike rate that she had last year. But the win 3 starts ago was pretty impressive. And that, to me, is in a tougher class than this. I mean, I think Ladies from Hell would probably, fare pretty well against this field, racing for a bigger price tag, but with that a lifetime earnings cap on the race. And I thought that Give Me a Corona was pretty fine in that performance on that occasion. So I think getting back to kind of a field that she should be more than capable against is gonna help her chances. She's one that again, kind of, I guess, polarizing on recent form, but anything close to her A game probably gets her in the winner's circle. 2-1's about the price I expected.
I went to 5 Dangerous Curves on top. July the 31st here. Really good effort. Second to Royal Tell, 52-3. Last race at Mohawk in 55-7th. Way back.
Yeah, no, she was tough for me too. She's kind of one that I guess hasn't been overly consistent in her form either, right? But you pick up James McDonald tonight. And she's proven she can be more than competitive in this class in the past, and it is first time that King James hops aboard this one. So we'll see if he can maybe create a little more speed for and I think she's obviously a player, but not one that I'd be looking to get down because she's the favorite right now at 9-5, and I went 4 deep in the multis.
Yeah, I didn't anticipate 9-5, but I'm expecting a bounce back. JS Bet This Lady. TH Jackie's Legacy on the inside. Ladysmith, give me a Corona. To the outside, Dangerous Curves and Kalina Diamond. Field of 6, the second dash. They're entering the backstretch. Gathering speed approaching the start. And the field for the second race is at the start. And the rough. Dangerous Curves and Give Me a Corona blast out together. TH Jackie's Legacy. JS Bet This Lady. Give Me a Corona and Kalina Diamond. Ladysmith wants the front. Dangerous Curves. Then racing third. TH Jackie's Legacy. JS Bet This Lady. Give Me a Corona is fifth away. And then it is Kalina Diamond. Dangerous Curves took the lead from Ladysmith. Dangerous Curves and Ladysmith. And racing third, TH Jackie's Legacy. JS Bet This Lady. Give Me a Corona. Kalina Diamond is trailing the field. Dangerous Curves at 26-3 opening quarter. Battling with Ladysmith before getting that lead. And it is Dangerous Curves. Ladysmith racing second. TH Jackie's Legacy. There goes JS Bet This Lady to the outside. And Give Me a Corona follows to the outside as well. And Kalina Diamond has to pass 5 to win. Up at 26-3 opening quarter. Now looking for that breather as they head up to the half. And Dangerous Curves at 2-1 with Ladysmith and Toe in the pocket. Lead is a couple of lengths. Half 56-1. 29-3 second panel. Ladysmith tightens up a bit in the pocket. JS Bet This Lady first over. About 3 1/4 off the lead. And then it is Give Me a Corona out 3 wide. TH Jackie's Legacy on the inside. And Kalina Diamond. Dangerous Curves. Ladysmith and Sammy Fillion in the pocket. And Give Me a Corona getting up closer, and now Ladysmith wants to pop out right now and come after Dangerous Curves. Dangerous Curves, Ladysmith, Give Me a Corona. Now from the backfield, Kalina Diamond is closing ground rapidly. Then TH Jackie's Legacy and JS Bet This Lady. Dangerous Curves as they turn from off 3/4, 124-1. Dangerous Curves and Ladysmith. Dangerous Curves on the inside, Ladysmith on the outside. As they come to the finish, Dangerous Curves dug in and found more. Ladysmith is second. Then Give Me a Corona and Kalina Diamond. 153 flat. Dangerous Curves bounced back with authority, Rob.
Yeah, big time bounce back effort for Dangerous Curves. And listen, put up the invisible shield, right? In the late stages, looked like she might get swarmed on the final turn. I mean, you've had Ladysmith kind of edging out of the pocket, going on to the attack. You had Give Me a Corona rolling up 3 wide, and Kalina Diamond even kind of moving out even wider. But then it ended up just kind of being a 2-horse race after that when they straightened out in the lane. Only Ladysmith had a chance of catching her and just could not get past her. James McDonald kept her alive right to the wire, and a big mile too, Gary, like you mentioned, 53 flat. Dangerous Curves at 2-1 in a race where, I mean, 3 horses all went off at that price. We thought it looked pretty competitive, and the better saw it that way as well.
Yeah, and Ladysmith did everything right. Sammy Filia made James work a little bit with Dangerous Curves to get the lead, and the half was a solid 56-1 off a pretty sharp opening quarter. So really, Dangerous Curves you thought was maybe there for the picking, and no.
No, yeah, absolutely. I thought, I'll be honest, when Sam Fillion kind of angled off briefly down the backside, I think just to kind of, get a range on Dangerous Curves, went back in the pocket looking at all kinds. And I thought he might just pop out and go right on by. And Dangerous Curves has been vulnerable in spots like that in the past, but tonight she just kept on trucking. So a real nice effort for that one. I mean, she's kind of raced, too well lately to not have a recent victory on her card. So I guess it was deserving tonight that she gets to the winner's circle.
Yeah, and Ladysmith, and actually Give Me a Corona was coming on nicely. And those are your top 3, 5, 3, 4. And then Kalina Diamond with a late brush from Lastic pick up 4th.
Yeah, those are the 4 I use in the multis. I mean, you go 4 deep to get a 2-1 shut down, but I just kind of thought they had a bit of a margin on the inside too, and it kind of played out that way.
Well, it's a 5, 3, 4, 6 back in front of us. Number 5, Dangerous Curves, victorious, a 4-year-old sports rider bay mare, owned by McCann Stables, trained by Rod Boyd. James McDonald, the winning driver. Third win this year. A new season's best, 153 flat. And it is the fifth win lifetime for Dangerous Curves. The second race payouts, 5 Dangerous Curves, $6.20, $4 260. 3 Ladysmith, $3.60 240. 4 Give Me a Corona, $2.30. $2 double of 5 and 5, $149.20. $2 exactor, $16.50. Dollar try, $22.05. Dollar super, $77.05. Second race, order of finish from the top, 6-5-2-3-1-4. That's 6-5-2-3-1-4 on the bottom.
Winback Farm of Canada is home to 9 exceptional stallions, including Beach Glass, the last great son of legendary sire of sires, Some Beach Somewhere. Also new in 2024, Lawless Shadow, an O'Brien Award winner for 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings. Double millionaire betting line, sire of 5 winners of over $400,000. Eric Wicked, the richest pacing stallion in harness racing history, and Hall of Fame inductee. Trixton, sire of 6 who have earned over $500,000, including O'Brien Award winner Evident Beauty. Also standing Archangel, Better Than Cheddar, Better's Delight, and My MVP. For more information, winbackfarm.com.
Field for the third race, OSS Gold for 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings. And one is Captain Wanya, Trevor Henry for Shannon Henry. And Trevor shares in ownership with Jim Fleming and Dave Hudson. Number 2 is Willow Time, Bob Gore for Mark Etzel and Terry DeVos. Number 3, Fabulous Freddy, Chris Christoforou for Camila Christoforou and Irving Holdings and Shalabos Christoforou. Number 4, Goober Smack, Tyler Borth for Suzanne Kerwood and S&R Racing. And 5 is Griff, James Madonna for Murray Breather and Jeffrey and Lori Thompson and Kyle Northover. And 6, What About Elmo, Tyler Jones for Paul Reed and Len Christopher and Jeffrey Nickel and Ryan Kleinberg. And number 7, Finite, Colin Kelly for Clark Bilby and Coyote Wind Farms. Well, let's get a look at this field for the third race, OSS Gold. And, well, Rob, right away you go to Goober Smack. And, boy, Goober Smack's been a much different horse the last couple starts. There were a lot of question marks about him before those last two, but the question marks have kind of dissipated, although certainly he's in tougher now here in this spot.
Yeah, back up to the OSS Gold ranks, and likely the plan all along, right? Get that experience over this surface, wearing those trotting hopples, and then jump back into the Gold ranks in this leg. And the thing is, Gary, is that it was bet down to favoritism, 9-5 favoritism on June 27th in an OSS Gold event, and obviously made a miscue there. Then did so again in the midseason consolation at the Gold level. But since then, a couple of strong victories here at the River, has that experience over this surface, and we've always said that horses typically do well when they've had that experience over this track against ones that don't, and that's what Goober Smack has in his back pocket right now. And I think around 5-1 is the right price on him, and I'm expecting to see him get forwardly placed again tonight, and we'll see where the chips fall with Goober Smack against this level of competition.
Number 5, Griff, is your second one, and he's right now the 2-1. You get James McDonald. This is one that's been off since June the 27th. Blasted out from post 8 and paid for it in the late going, but still, look, a lot of credibility on this one's earned a lot of money.
Oh, he definitely has. I mean, this year he's 2 for 5. He won the SPOA, and then he also won an OSS Gold event back in May. He's got 115,000 already made. Last year, 3 for 7, 223,000, and he'd be picked on top, if not for the time away. He does have that qualifier, obviously, August the 10th, but Vet Scratch Lane, July 13th, hasn't raced since June 27th. Just difficult for me to put him on top because of that. If he wins, will I be surprised? Absolutely not, but I certainly wouldn't take 2-1 in a horse that's been away that long off of Vet Scratch Lane.
7 Finite's one that's got a recent start, August the 5th, and did a lot of work in that one and finished third in a non-winners of 3 at Mohawk.
Yeah, good opportunity here for Colin Kelly picking up the steer on Finite, and this is a horse that's hit the board in 5 of 9 this year after having no top 2 finishes last year in 9 tries, but did have those 2 on the board finishes with show spots. But second in an OSS Gold June 27th, and was third in that OSS midseason final on July 13th at a race topped by Ways and Means. My Retirement Dream was second in that one, and this guy rounded up the trifecta at 7-1. I think likely going off of the price he is right now, probably because of the post. I mean, he's got the uttermost post in the contest, but we know post 7, isn't what it used to be here at the River, and Finite can work his way onto the ticket, and the price right now to me is right on him at 11-1.
And then, I had to go to Willow Time on top. Maybe I'm still remembering how he started at Georgian Downs last year, just a few more days than maybe about a year ago, and blasted off in the Gold. Post position 9 was in front by about 10 at the quarter and won by about 10 lengths. And you just don't see that. And it was like about 30-something to 1 blasting to the Gold, and really got off to a flying start to his career.
He was incredible as a rookie. There's no doubt about it. And I remember with the OSS Super Final, too, when he won with ease on the engine. It was a favorite on that occasion. did so in 54-4 as a 2-year-old, but then this season just hasn't resembled the same horse to me. Now, having said that, he's 0 for 8, but he's got 5 on the board finishes. He's still been racing at the top level, and maybe he bounces back in this spot. He's had success on a 5/8 mile service before, as you noted. Lifetime debut. He obliterated his competition at the gold level last year, and I think you have to keep him in mind. But for me, I thought he would take more support than I'd be willing to get behind, and he's done that right now at 5-2. But obviously, Mark Etzel, incredible with trotters, and maybe we see the best from Willow Time this time out.
And also, you can see a lot of gate speed. 2 starts ago, 26-3 opening quarter in that mid-season gold, July the 13th.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, listen, he's in with a big chance. Like I said, I just thought there'd be better spots for value here. What about Alamo too? He didn't make my top 4, but he's had a lot of success over this kind of track configuration in the past, and he'll likely throw his hat in the ring at some point.
We'll see how it unfolds. It's the OSS Gold, and it's Captain Wanya, Willow Time on the inside, Fabulous Freddy, Goober Smack, and Griffin on the outside. What about Elmo and Finite? Field of 7, OSS Gold, 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings. Field of 7 for the third. They're in position at the start and they're off, and Willow Time is going to blast out with Griff. It's Willow Time and Griff and Captain Wanya. What about Elmo? Then Fabulous Freddy, Goober Smack, and Finite is back trailing the field, but Willow Time blasted early and already has a lead of about 3. Captain Wanya, Griff, and what about Elmo's racing in mid-pack 4th. Then Fabulous Freddy, Goober Smack, and back to Finite. Willow Time is 5-2 on the board. 27 seconds opening quarter, and Willow Time and Bob McClure now looking to rein this one in and pick up a second panel breather, and right now is comfortably moving along on the lead. Advantage about 2.5 over Captain Wanya. Griff is 3rd, and what about Elmo is racing 4th and angles to the outside in front of Fabulous Freddy. Then it is back further now to Goober Smack, and trailing the field is Finite. They head on past the half. Willow Time and Bob McClure leads at a couple of lengths. Halftime 57-1 at 30-1. Second panel. Willow Time, Captain Wanya. Griff now comes to the outside, or rather that is what about Elmo to the outside. Griff on the inside is racing 4th, and Fabulous Freddy. And then it is Goober Smack and Finite, but Willow Time is still sharp on top and leads by about 3. Captain Wanya, what about Elmo? And then 4th on the inside is Griff, and then Fabulous Freddy, and then it is Finite and Goober Smack, but Willow Time is putting on a bit of a show. 3 quarters, 125 and 2 at 28 and 1/3 panel, and Willow Time is getting away a bit. Willow Time leads by about 6 or 7 lengths, and Captain Wanya, what about Elmo? Fabulous Freddy, Goober Smack is sent out wide on down the stretch drive, and Willow Time is gone on this field. Willow Time is, now slowing at the finish, but it doesn't matter. Willow Time is going to win. Captain Wanya, Fabulous Freddy, and Griff 155 and 2. Willow Time, shades of Georgian Downs last year, kicking off his career, Rob.
Definitely was, and just, shades of what we saw last season as a whole, right? We haven't seen that version of him. I guess the closest thing we saw to a front ender like that was that OSS Gold's midseason final when he set hot panels before fading back to 4th. But Willow Time certainly looks like he's back, right? And that's what I said. A horse that I was using tonight, I couldn't put on top, especially at a short price. But he ended up going up at 5-2. But leave it to Mark Etzel to certainly have this one find his best again here at Grand River and at the gold level. And I think we're going to see him maybe use as a springboard to do good things for the rest of the season. He's just 1 for 9 now in the win column, but that's a pretty big statement from Willow Time.
Well, I threw him on top, and maybe that image of last year was just burned too strongly into my memory. And that was the Willow Time that I saw because, look, that 28 and 1/3 panel, that kind of broke the heart of his rivals. And then, he only came home in 30, but that's because, he's running out of gas because he really put on a show.
Oh, he certainly did. You know what? And I think he kind of broke their hearts right off the gate, right? I mean, he had a pretty wide margin to the opening quarter. Then when Bob kind of reined him in to get that second quarter breather, he didn't, have the foot on the brake too long before unleashing him again. And that's where you're right. He really kind of said goodnight to the field. But you see, in a race like that, Gary, a couple of bombs underneath, right? Captain Wayne Wanya, Fabulous Freddie, going to round out a pretty big trifecta, and Griff ends up getting an inside trip. Gets fourth. I think a decent start, all things considered, with coming off of vet scratch lame, and will likely be better after getting this start under his belt.
Do you know what time it is, Rob? Do you know what time it is?
Prime time, Bob time.
It's prime time. That's what time it is. Back in front of us. Number 2, Willow Time. Prime time, Bob McClure. 3-year-old looks like it's Chippendale Bay Colt. But Mark Etzel and Terry DeVos. Mark Etzel, the trainer. First win this year. 5th win lifetime. Willow Time and Prime Time Bob. Victorious 155-2. Also note that is a new track record here at the Grand River Raceway for a 3-year-old trotting colt and gelding. 155-2, lowering it from 157 flat. The third race payouts to Willow Time. 710, 410, 290. 1 Captain Wanya, 1380 and 630. And 3 Fabulous Freddy, 670. $2 exactor, 8670. Dollar try, 253.90. Dollar super, 704.95. third race. So we're finished from the top, 213-6475. That's 213-6475. Field for the fourth on parade one. Baden, Tyler Jones for Duncan Brewer and Randall Urquhart, Steve Deedy. Number 2 is Quick Fix. Travis Cullen for Kevin Botts. 3, Donna Hanover, Scott Young for Mike Keeling at Dreamville Stables and Harbor Racing. Number 4, Hilarious Archie, Jason Ryan for Andre Ann Fontaine and Jeffrey Oborn. 5, Sandoon, Bruce Richardson for John Holding and Morley Bosworth. Number 6, Ancient Wall, Phil Houdon for Kyle Rule and Triple S Equine. And number 7, Intuitive, Bob McClure for Dennis Morrissey and Deanna D'Ambrosio and Dr. David James Pedden. Field of 7, race 4. Let's get a quick look at this field. And Rob, we both like 6, Ancient Wall. Our other 2 cappers are kind of lukewarm to Ancient Wall, but I think that when you compare that last race against JG's Pal, who's won 4 in a row here, that's a good measuring stick. And overall, Ancient Wall, other than that one break, has really been great.
Yeah, has been doing really good things for Kyle Rule since they got this horse. So it was a winner first time for that trainer. July 17th did so in dominant fashion from post 6 and then got beat by Mystery Deal, which there's no shame in that. Made that miscue 2 back and then rebounded, I thought, with a really nice effort. Again, chopped at the opening half of that race. JG's Pal was just too much for Ancient Wall, but he did well to fend off Hilarious Archie for second, I thought. And this looks like a race where maybe he can get loose on the lead again. We had a morning line favorite who's a 2-year-old filly who obviously has been doing good things at the OSS Gold level, but again, going against older horses now, numbers of 2 is a pretty tough task, I think, for her. And one like Ancient Wall, again, just might be able to get away from them on the engine here. I knew we wouldn't get 8-1. I was hoping for maybe a little bit of sneaky value, but not happening right now. Co-favorite at 5-2.
And I think the other problem with Baden is a 2-year-old trotting filly that shows breaks before the start and has post position 1, maybe not the best spot. 3, Donna Hanover is a 3-year-old that was second to JG's Pal last time out, July the 31st.
Yeah, I thought Donna Hanover was kind of trending in the right direction. Now, was missed a week between starts, but was one that came here for the first time, finished 4th in a race won by Mass Money, then was 3rd in behind Ancient Wall and Mystery Deal, and then last time out, obviously a long way back from JG's Pal. But again, that's kind of the measuring stick we're going to see a lot of in this race, and I think that Donna Hanover trending in the right direction for Mike Keeling, and you get the answer aboard tonight. I think she'll likely make her presence felt at some point in the mile and can finish in the underneath positions at worst. I mean, I think she's got a big chance in here. Just 1 for 14 in her career, but she's got those 5 on the board finishes in 9 tries this year, and 7-2 looks like the right number.
Rob, I know that 7 and 2 have made a break last race, but I don't understand 11-1. She's been really good for Dennis Morrissey, and that's a strong. Bob McClure, Dennis Morrissey, strong connections. I don't get 11-1.
No, I agree with you. I mean, I put her on top. July 26th in the Horse Players Journal at Mohawk Park. She finished 3rd at 13-1. I loved what she was doing in Sarnia. I mean, one of those efforts there, it was just a victory in non-winners of 2, but did so against I Am What I Am and Gloire Dream, who are horses that have won their way out of that class eons ago. So I think Intuitive's a very nice trotting filly. Now, I don't like the post, even though we know that post 7 is not that bad here anymore, but it's still the uttermost post in the contest. Love the addition of Bob McClure. Obviously, coming into this off a break, you're looking for a flat line as a top priority, but I don't think she should be anywhere near 12-1. I think she's in with a chance. It just comes down to trip scenario. Is she good enough to get the better of these? I think so. It's just, again, what kind of journey does she get tonight?
Well, she's my second choice and your third. Sandoon is one that I've liked a lot in the past and was an extremely good 2-year-old filly.
Yeah, Sandoon, it's interesting because, last year never missed the board in 9 tries. A horse that has had success at the prospect level. This year again now, hitting the board with frequency. And this is kind of an interesting class scenario for her tonight. But you look back to 2 starts ago, Nalmers to 3 at Georgia, went a long way in the lead and was only beaten by Wheels Ablazing and Am I Radical, a couple of horses that I actually am pretty fond of. So I think Sandoon right now is value at 7-1. She's a versatile type. She can take a lot of errors. She can go to the front. It comes down to trip scenario for her as well, but I don't think she's without a chance here. And again, much higher on the board than I expected.
Throw in a final thought on 1 and 4, just because those are co-favorites at 5-2.
Well, Hilarious Archie's a kind of a logical 1/3 in each of his last 2 right here at the River. I know quite a few people on X were fond of him tonight. But one Baden, just again, 2-year-old filly against older horse. I'm not going to go in that direction typically. And you're right, that pole position idea with a horse that makes breaks, not usually a recipe for success. But is she good enough? Maybe, but again, not for me at that short of a number.
And we're seeing Tyler Jones be a little conservative right now, just coming up to the gate as well. It's a field of 7 for race number 4. Field for the 4th race. And Intuitive has gone off stride. Field is at the start, and they're off, and also with a break is Sand Dune. And now Hilarious Archie is going to leave with Ancient Wall, and then it is Donna Hanover third, and racing position to 4th is Quick Fix. Intuitive is 5th away, Sand Dune is 6th after that break, and Baden is well back as a break before the start. Hilarious Archie dropped down to 6-5 on the board. Donna Hanover 2nd. Ancient Wall is racing 3rd. As the field comes off the turn, Quick Fix 4th, and Intuitive is on the pylon 5th in front of Sand Dune, then back to Baden. They work their way up towards us. 27-4, pretty solid opening panel. Hilarious Archie with a front. Donna Hanover is tracking in from the pocket. Ancient Wall is 3rd, and racing 4th is Quick Fix in front of Intuitive and Sand Dune, and Baden is trailing the field. Hilarious Archie leads right now off a 27-4 opening quarter. Halftime 58-4, so picks up a 31-second second panel breather. Hilarious Archie, Donna Hanover. Ancient Wall is 3rd and is still on the inside and is 3 from the front and now pops out. And Quick Fix is moving as well. Ancient Wall has stepped out and is trying to close on Hilarious Archie, who had that really soft second panel, 31 seconds. Hilarious Archie. Ancient Wall to the outside. Donna Hanover on the inside. And then Quick Fix and Intuitive and Sand Dune and Baden. Hilarious Archie and Jason Rhyme. This one still digging in very sharply. Donna Hanover is 2nd. Ancient Wall 3rd, then Quick Fix and Intuitive and Sand Dune, and they turn for home. Hilarious Archie and Jason Rhyme getting some urging now, but is still in front by about 2.5. Hilarious Archie still by about 2.25. Hilarious Archie's going to win. Quick Fix came flying to pick up 2nd. Then it was Donna Hanover and Intuitive 157-2. Hilarious Archie picked up a 31-second panel breather, Rob, and then had things kind of going nicely.
Yeah, it was race over at that point, wasn't it? I mean, it gets such a big second quarter breather. And you know what? Listen, shout out to our friend from Chicago, Brad A. He had mentioned on X today he liked this horse, and he said hoping this one goes forward tonight. Well, he got his wish. Jason Ryan put Hilarious Archie on the engine tonight from a better post this time around, and there was no catching him. But again, a lot of it comes down to the way the race kind of plays out. Ancient Wall gets away 3rd. Hilarious Archie goes to the lead and get that second quarter breather, and it should just be, easy going from there, right? And that's exactly what it was. Ancient Wall, kind of every chance though, first over, didn't have it tonight. The horse that I was really intrigued by watching kind of the whole way was the 2 Quick Fix. Sat an inside trip, was wondering if he'd be able to come forward off it. He was at a big price too, so he's going to add some serious value to this ticket.
He was actually closing pretty hard, because you see right now there in the slow-mo, he's making up a lot of ground, and he's only beaten about 3/4 of a length, and one to keep an eye on, Quick Fix. But still, the other thought is Jason Ryan's been a little bit on fire of late.
He has been. He's making a lot of the right choices at the right times here at the river, putting up big numbers all meets, and he's having a fantastic season overall. 276 average with over 150 winners now. So yeah, you know what? This is a horse that I just overlooked tonight. I kind of thought that maybe could have got the better of Ancient Wall last time, and that's why maybe I underestimated him. But I guess getting within the margin that he did to Ancient Wall, how do I have him not in my top four? Just been a rough night at the office for yours truly.
Well, we didn't have him on the top four, either of us, so Hilarious Archie gets the last laugh against the two of us, and it is a 4-2-3-7 quick fix at 45 to 1 gets onto the exactor ticket. 4-2-3-7 back in front of us, number 4, Hilarious Archie. 3-year-old Archangel Bay gelding up by Jeffrey Oborn. Andrea Ann Fontaine is the trainer. Jason Ryan, the winning driver. Second win this year. Second lifetime for Hilarious Archie, 157-2. The fourth race payouts for Hilarious Archie. $470, $4.260. Two quick fix, 31.20 and 8.60 and 3. Donna Hanover, $5.20. $2 exactor, $75.80. Dollar try, $147.40. Superfecta, $838.60. The fourth race order finished in the top 7-2-3-1-6-5-4. That's 7-2-3-1-6-5-4 on the bottom. Field for the fifth race, OSS Gold, 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings on parade. One soar higher, Todd Ratchford from Matthew Bax and Bax Stable, and David Hudson and Harbor Racing and Bradley Grant. Number 2, My Retirement Dream, Scott Young for Eli Wagler. 3 is Northern Looker, Chris Christoforou for Camila Christoforou and Irving Holdings and Shalabos Christoforou. Number 4 is Paquette, Jody Jameson for Carl Jameson, who trains and owns along with the estate of Brian Paquette and Undumbered Company and Douglas Good. Number 5, Mystery Deal, Jason Ryan for Gaetan Bear, who trains and partners with Luke Albrecht. Number 6, Scintillating Tom, James Montana for Greg Manhare and Tom and Elizabeth Rankin. Number 7, Magic Dealer, Bob Gloria for Paul Walker and Oakley Farm. And rate Mastercraft, it's Trevor Henry for Kyle Bostons and Stephen Colvin. Field of 8, race 5, OSS Gold, 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings. And Rob, there's some nice ones in here. In fact, 3 of these 3-year-olds were purchased for more than $100,000, and Paquette's $70,000 yearling is just getting rolling. Second career start. There's Paquette, your top one.
Yeah, I wasn't going to go against Paquette here. I know that obviously you're going in the corner of one that hasn't raced in some time, but that lifetime debut, Gary, back in March was incredible. It really was. I just watched the replay again a few times just now. Jody Jameson was just a passenger, more than 10 lengths on the victory, 56-2 under wraps as the favorite. And then obviously something had gone awry. Now jumps into the gold ranks in this leg this evening and does so off a qualifier right here at Grand River, where again was under wraps winner 59-1. Obviously going to have to go more speed than that tonight, but I just think that this horse has a lot of ability, and we haven't even scratched the surface yet. And hopefully we see him do good things tonight. 3-1 on the board right now. I wouldn't be surprised if he vies for favoritism again before the word go, but I did think we get better value than that of the 2, My Retirement Dream. And Paquette's my clear choice on top.
Number 2, My Retirement Dream is my top one and a lot of people's top choice, and certainly there's a lot of credibility there. And, is one that was a good winner in the last Gold, June the 27th, and pretty good in that the mid-season final as well.
Oh, definitely has been. I mean, consistent performer last year and this year. Just 1 for 7 this year, but has those 4 top 2 finishes. Last year, 6 for 8 in the top 2. And I remember seeing him taking older horses in the first start of his career at Sarnia, and I knew he'd be a good one off that effort. And he went on to do very strong things as a rookie, and now has been getting along well with Scott Young in each of his last 2. Second in that mid-season gold final to Ways and Means, and I think the logical one to land on top in here. I think he merits big time respect, but I do think that Paquette is one that can get the better of him if he kind of races to what I think I and others believe he can be. So again, My Retirement Dream, if he wins, will I be surprised? Absolutely not. But looking for better value right now with the 4 Paquette.
Scintillating Tom is one that I bounced back and forth on. Recently has looked better, but then that Gold June the 27th wasn't all that great. But that July 13th line, that's a very good effort from Post 8, and then was pretty decent in that grassroots starters as well, 55-2.
Yeah, it definitely was. Second to Jack and Abs, that most recent effort. Before that, that's in the consolation, right? That's the mid-season gold consolation. So against gold types, but against the ones that didn't qualify for the mid-season final. And I think you got to respect any horse that's got 8 top 2 finishes and 10 tries. Just 2 victories, though. You get J-Mac aboard tonight. I mean, the game plan's got to, I think, go forward off the gate, but might be pretty busy with some speed to the inside of him. So I think 7-2, you got to get that all that price and more. If you're going to back him to win, is he in with a chance? Absolutely, but I do like my top 2 choices significantly more.
Magic Dealer is one that's interesting. Maybe Bob can get both golds here. But this is one that's stepping up a little bit. But you go back to July the 4th, non-winners at 2, and, was a very game second in 53-4 to Scintillating Tom. So that's a really fine measuring stick.
Yeah, he's produced some really nice efforts in his career after starting as a 3-year-old earlier this season. And he's got 4 victories, and he won his elimination and the final of the Dream of Glory and did so in impressive fashion. And I think, with a better post, I may have pegged him, one spot higher, if not even better than that tonight, because I've really liked what I've seen from Magic Dealer. Obviously, races for strong trotting connections. You get Bob McClure back in the bike tonight, and I think that he can certainly make his way onto the high 5 with any kind of reasonable trip. Knew he'd be more than that 3-1 on the morning line, and right now 13-1 is not a bad number if you don't want to kind of side with the 2 favorites right now at 2-1.
And Northern Looker's hard to figure. June 27th won a gold, and then that mid-season final was not a factor, and it's been rough the last few starts, but still some abilities there.
Yeah, there's definitely ability there for Northern Looker. That victory in the gold on June 27th came in a race where the big favorites ended up making a miscue well before the start. He ends up winning at 8-1 on that occasion. Hasn't been able to replicate that since, but there's definitely talent there with Northern Looker. And his last 3, granted it's at Mohawk Park, but post 7, he gets kind of a cozy spot on the gate tonight with post 3. And I'm looking for him just to kind of sit an easy trip and then see what he can get in the late stages. 13-1 might be able to spice up the high 5.
What do you think of how the tote board's unfolding? The fans are kind of going 2-4-6, thinking that it pretty much sits there.
I mean, to me, I think there's a pretty big margin after the 2 and 4, and the order for me is 4-2. Not surprised to see Paquette take this kind of support vertically. Now he just becomes the favorite at 2-1, the lone favorite at 2-1. He's much better value in the multi-leg wagers that are closing on him. But again, I kind of expected to see him take a lot of support vertically. Just didn't think he was going to take this much heavy action late. Now down to 9-5.
Mastercraft is an improving one that didn't get a lot accomplished last year in terms of top 2 finishes, but tough post.
Yeah, tough post to work from, and kind of getting forwardly placed has been the name of his game. Just not sure going to happen tonight from post 8.
Well, we have a field of 8 OSS Gold. You're on 4 Paquette, and I went with 2 Retirement Dream. Paquette now has dropped down to 9-5, Rob, as the favorite, and now even money. And it is Soar Higher, My Retirement Dream, Northern Looker on the inside, Paquette, Mystery Deal. In the center, Scintillating Tom, Magic Dealer, and Mastercraft. It's a field of 8 for race number 5. OSS Gold, 2nd Division, 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings. And they're moving up into position, and they're off. My Retirement Dream blasts out with Mystery Deal and Magic Dealer and Mastercraft, and also leaving a Scintillating Tom. But Magic Dealer and Bob McClure comes right out and is dealt an ace right now. And then it is My Retirement Dream, who didn't want the pocket and is going to lip up now around 25-1 Magic Dealer. My Retirement Dream, 6-5 on the board, is able to come on and get the lead. Mastercraft is still working on the outside. Then Magic Dealer's on the inside, racing 3rd. Mystery Deal is positioned 4th. Then Northern Looker and Scintillating Tom. That opening quarter was 26-4. Paquette is racing 2nd from last, and way back is Soar Higher. 26-4 opening quarter. Mastercraft is forcing the issue. Mastercraft and My Retirement Dream as they work their way up towards the half, and Magic Dealer's in a good spot 3rd right now. Mystery Deal is racing 4th. Northern Looker, Scintillating Tom, and Paquette is racing 7th. My Retirement Dream is getting prompted along. The half was 55-2. My Retirement Dream. Mastercraft is hung out on the outside at 14-1. Magic Dealer on the back of My Retirement Dream. There goes Northern Looker now, and Northern Looker is looking to come on into contention and is doing so, and is out 3 wide. Northern Looker, My Retirement Dream, and Scott Young now gets a little bit busy, and it is My Retirement Dream, Northern Looker, then 3rd Mastercraft from the backfield. Paquette is flying. Paquette is bursting onto the scene. Three quarters, 124 and 3. And here comes Paquette, who is way back early now. It is Northern Looker Paquette on the inside, My Retirement Dream. On down the stretch, Rob Paquette is cruising at the finish. Paquette is going to roll on by under wraps for Double J. Northern Looker second. My Retirement Dream and Mystery Deal 154 flat. That's a new track record. Paquette wasn't all that interested early on, but at the end of it was very interested, and you got to see the full throttle Paquette at the finish there, Rob.
That was a breathtaking performance, Gary. I know there's fractions up front, but horses don't win from back there. Here at the river, or maybe over any surface that's a 5/8 of a mile or smaller. But he ends up last off the gate, and then just moves up a spot because of the fact that we had a breaker in the form of the one soar higher, and then obviously some fractions to work with. But then he just rolls wide, and I guess Jody just had that much confidence in him. I thought, okay, well, you know what? Maybe he kind of needs the start. He hasn't raced since March, so we'll see him close up to maybe hit the ticket or something. Well, he didn't do that. He rolled wide and just went past him like a speedboat. I mean, he's much the best in there. Just had to get pointed to clearance, and he did the rest. So this is a horse that I thought was very special. I know others that thought this horse might be very special, and I think we just witnessed that here today in the Golds, and I'm not sure we're going to see that price on him again this season going forward, because that was pretty remarkable.
And Jody was a passenger. And you know what? As soon as I saw him bursting onto the scene, I realized, uh-oh.
Yeah, no, big time. Well, I mean, I wasn't saying uh-oh. I was actually saying, yes, please, because I kind of needed him in there. And the price floats up to 9-5 because he was gapped to the gate. I mean, I don't know. I might have maybe canceled some tickets if I saw that sooner, just because it was kind of, you could tell he was going to get away in a tough spot. But in any event, he ends up just circling them like they were standing still. And you get Northern Looker in the bottom end of this, the exact at 25-1. Mystery Deal gets on the ticket as well. So you got the couple favorites, obviously scattered in amongst long shots in this high five.
Yeah, and My Retirement Dream raced okay, but then as soon as Mastercraft got hung out, and he kind of got forced along.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was one of those ones where obviously a big speed duel for that one. I mean, pretty solid for him to stick around for third, all things considered. And Jody Jamieson, the ambassador that he always is, takes this horse. Just the second start of his career, by the way. Paquette, 3-year-old, who's going and meeting the fans right now and doing so professionally after that effort. So I'm just excited to see what this horse does next. I mean, it's been a while waiting after that lifetime debut, but yeah, that was a huge performance.
And back in front of us, the winner of the fifth race, OSS Gold, 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings in a track record time of 154 flat. Paquette, a 3-year-old muscle mass bay colt, owned by Carl Jamieson and the estate of Brian Paquette and Doug Good and a numbered company. Carl Jamieson, the trainer, Jody Jamieson, the green machine with the winning tribe. 2 for 2 in the win column. Lifetime is Paquette, 154 flat. Fans, the inquiry sign will go up. The judges reviewing racing action pertaining to 3 Northern Looker going to the quarter. Fans note the judge's ruling that number 5 Mystery Deal did interfere with 3 Northern Looker, which caused the interference to unsoar higher. Number 5 Mystery Deal, who finished 4th, is going to be placed back to 9th. So note that 5 Mystery Deal, 4th place 9th. Fans note the new top 5 will be 43268. 43268. The 5th race, payouts for Piquet, 565, 3323, Northern Lookers, 1780, 42. My Retirement Dream, 280. $2 exactor, 95.20. Dollar try, 298.65. Dollar pick 3, 79.45. The dollar win for $214.65. Dollar pick 5, $4,400, $7.50. Dollar high 5, 28.77.10, and that 20-cent high 5 is 575.42. The fifth race order finish from the top. 8 place 7, 3 2 1. 4 place 8, 5 place 4, 7 place 6, and 6 place 5. From the top down after the placing 7 3 2 1 8 4 6 5 at the bottom.
Paquette was the most impressive kind of winner in that second of two OSS Gold divisions here at the River this evening. Looked like he had no chance in early stages. Had been off almost 5 months between starts. Didn't matter. He ended up proving to be much the best and did so with ease with Jody Jamieson. One that we're going to have a lot of fun watching going forward. Paquette, very, very special performance tonight. But moving on now to the late pick 5 and low takeout 15%. There's my ticket, kind of an economical one, $9.60, right where we want to spend it. Looks like I want some 5s to come in here. 5s throughout the sequence for yours truly. 5-7 here in the opening leg. Fast approach, tough to go against on top. Strong winner last time out at 13-1. You have to swallow a much lower price tonight, though. Also using the 7 Veracruz. 1, 3, 5, and 7 in race number 7. I have an Eagle, raced really well to be second last time from the trailing post. It's post 7 this time around. I'm going to go 4 deep in there. There's some other intriguing options as well. 5 and 6 for me in race number 8. Enchanted Angel and Bronzer. I think those are the two you want to be most involved in that dash. Just the 5, J. Richard Nice in race number 9. Singling this one up. Many will likely be doing the same. Strong winner last time at Georgian Downs. Going to be the 4th start now for trainer Ron McDonald. Austin Story aboard for a encore performance tonight as well. And then 3, 5, and 7 in race number 10. Happy Nays. Coming back from Mohawk Park, smart thinking, moving back to the condition climbing ranks and better on ice, making that same transition as the 3 Happy Nays. $9.60 for a 20-cent ticket. See what Conley has in store for us in this late pick 5 sequence. We'll look at it quickly here. We got a minute or so to go. Just the 5 fast approach here. Don't mind that single at all. 3 and 7 in race number 7. He's got Chip Happen and I have an Eagle. A couple of logical ones there as well. Race number 8, just the 6 Bronzer. I'm going too deep in there, but I totally understand the single on that Amanda Fine entrant. And then race number 9, the 1, 2, and 5. He's got Pio Quinella, Am I Radical, picks up Bob McClure in that dash, and my single J. Richard Nice. He spreads out in the money leg. 2, 3, 5, 7, and 9. And if I was to spread out as well with 2 more, it would likely be the 2 and 9 in there. So I like what Conley's done in the finale. $6 for a 20-cent ticket for Conley's ticket. You got a Minnesota map out your winning wagers for this late pick 5. It is a low takeout at 15% as always. And we'll come back in a moment or two to take a closer look at race number 6.
Field for the 6th on parade. 1 is Showed Holiday, Bob McClure for David Holiday and Caroline Holiday, and Dr. Paul Rutherford. Number 2 is Moonshine Memories, Jason Ryan for Mike Keeling and Karen Carroll. Number 3, Archangels Gliding, Trevor Henry for Robert Manders and Scott and Keith Manders. For Lincoln's Landing, Steve Houdon for Laura Toscani and Gino Toscani. 5 is Fast Approach, Travis Henry for Mark Etzel and Dean Lockhart and Peter Porter. Number 6, Fastnet Rock, Daryl Thiessen for Matt Dupuis and Lance Wells and Lyndon Wells. And number 7, Veracruz, Scott Young for Timothy Cherwaco and Gary Green. Field of 7, race number 6, Fast Approach. Well, last time, Rob, you wanted to bet this one. You got 13-1 from Post 8, 6-5 here as the favorite.
Yeah, it kind of had to happen though, right? I mean, as much as you hate to see have to take a shorter price this time around, dominant winner last time from Post 8, kept driving to the lead, got there, held a healthy margin throughout, and just trotted away from them in the stretch, 56-4. It was a second win of his career. He broke his maiden just 3 starts ago, and non-winners of 1, and that's a pretty big jump, right? When you go from non-winners of 1 to non-winners of 2, but he handled it very well. And has double up potential here, no doubt. 6-5 on the board right now. I figured he would get crushed at the windows. And again, I didn't single, but I do think he's clearly the one to beat.
And Fast Approach looking around at the track saying, yeah, I remember this place. I like it here. He's got 2 wins, and they both came here, Rob. Others, how about 7, Veracruz? We've been enamored with this horse, and it was a tougher assignment last race, but he certainly was credible to be 3rd, and he's proving to be able to handle facing tougher spots.
Yeah, it was interesting, too, because he, was a winner in back-to-back starts and non-winners of 1 back in June. Got beat by JG's pal in his first try in that in-between class. Made a break after that, but then won back-to-back at that level after kind of getting acclimated to it. Maybe he gets acclimated to this level a little sooner. Second try, non-winners of 2. Last time out was left with a lot of work to do. Didn't have much of a chance the way the race unfolded. Disappointed as the odds-on favorite. Big time chance to take back value tonight on this horse. 9-2 right now on the board, and likely will offer value right to the word go with Fast Approach taking so much support.
Showed Holiday is one you can't fall asleep on. And here, Dave Holiday's got a strong record again this year. You get Primetime Bob, and Showed Holiday, this filly has been consistently good.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this filly, and you get Bob McClure in the bike tonight. I mean, and that's something you have to take notice of, right? When you get Bob on any horse, and now you've got one that she's hit the board in 6 of 8 this year, 5 of 6 last season, and she's just 3 starts removed from back-to-back victories at Georgian Downs and non-winners of 2. And really, I mean, you look who she's been facing, horses that would match up very well against this group. So pole position. I think she's one that will likely get forwardly placed and can do so off the switch. Right now, some value at 3-1. I think maybe even a bigger price than the multis. But yeah, the addition of Bob McClure, all that more intriguing on the 1 Showed Holiday.
I wasn't sure what to do with Archangels Gliding. You watch all the races at Sarnia. Of course, you watch races everywhere. And Robert Manders has got some numbers this year on Archangels Gliding. Can he fit in here?
I think so. I mean, it's tough sometimes to look at the comparison from Hiawatha to here, but this horse has hit the board in all 5 of his tries, and the thing too is he's a 5-year-old, right? I mean, he's a little light on race experience, but he's certainly got a maturity edge over the horses he's facing in here, and he's been facing pretty decent rivals over in Sarnia. So I think that win last time obviously did so at a short price. Beat a softer group. Obviously, non-winners of 2 were 5,000 life that time around. So beat a much softer group than he faces tonight. But you pick up Trevor Henry and maybe can, make his presence felt throughout. I don't know, but he's a win candidate, but I think he can certainly be in the mix.
You know who I throw on the bottom of the ticket is Lincoln's Landing. Now, it did tire out last time out, but still was pretty credible for a chunk of the way. And he's had a bunch of decent starts.
He has, yeah. I thought two back he might be gone on the field. I mean, he certainly was loose on the lead before getting caught by Vera Cruz. I think that Lincoln's Landing is one that certainly doesn't look out of place against this group, but probably a lesser share, maybe bottom end of the try or super if you want to try to get a number on there at 19-1.
It's a field of 7. Race number 6. Fast approach, the 4-5 favorite is Shout Holiday. Moonshine Memories on the inside. In the center, Archangel's Gliding, Lincoln's Landing, and Fast Approach. And to the outside, Fastnet Rock and Veracruz. Field of 7, the 6th dash on a Wednesday night at the river. Field for the 6th race. In the backstretch, gathering speed. Now Shout Holiday is moving in along the inside. They're at the start of the rough. Lincoln's Landing is going to land the first spot right now, and then also getting out well. That is Fast Approach and Shout Holiday. On the inside is third, Archangel's Gliding fourth, Moonshine Memories, and then Fastnet Rock and Veracruz. And Fast Approach is going to come on now and clear to the front. Fast Approach fell down to 1-5 on the board. Lincoln's Landing has landed a good spot in the pocket. Shout Holiday at 8-1 is third. Archangel's Gliding is in mid-pack fourth in front of Moonshine Memories, and then it is back to Fastnet Rock and Veracruz. Fast Approach has the front right now for Travis Henry and leads Lincoln's Landing, who's enjoying the view in the pocket, and Shout Holiday. Archangel's Gliding gap of about 4 to Moonshine Memories and further to Fastnet Rock, and Veracruz has yet to cruise, is back trailing the field of a 29 opening quarter. They head up towards the half, and Fast Approach is in command. Lincoln's Landing is right there in the pocket, and Shout Holiday third. Racing fourth is Archangel's Gliding. Then Moonshine Memories and Fastnet Rock, and Veracruz is still trailing 58-3 halftime. And as they roll toward three quarters, now Veracruz is out 3 wide from that trailing spot. Right now it is Fast Approach, 1-5 on the board, who's got the lead. And now stepping to the outside, Shout Holiday and Bob McClure in pursuit of Fast Approach, who still looks fast. 3 quarters was 127-3. Lincoln's Landing is still on the inside. Lincoln's Landing up a little tighter in the pocket. Archangel's Gliding. Veracruz fifth, closing, a lot of work to do. Then Fastnet Rock, Moonshine misses. 3 quarters, 127-3, and they turn for home. And Fast Approach continues on and is still fast. Fast Approach. And in the center of the track, Shout Holiday on the inside. Lincoln's Landing. Fast Approach is going to win. Lincoln's Landing is going to be third, rather. Shout Holiday was second. Lincoln's Landing third. Archangel's Gliding was fourth. 157-2. Fast Approach and Travis Henry made it look easy. No urging required at the finish, Rob.
Yeah, just crushed this group on the engine, and also got crushed with the windows too, down to 1-5. And listen, you're right, Gary loves it here at the river, right? 3 for 3 now here over this surface, and has won with ease in each of his last 2 in this class. So, one that looked like he might be just proved to be too much for them tonight, but I didn't want to go it alone, and I think Veracruz just kind of didn't get the right kind of trip this time around. Maybe he needs a more of an inside draw to be more effective at this level. But I think we'll see that one kind of come back with a decent effort next time out. But you know what? Shout Holiday, good effort first over, just couldn't get to the winner.
Yeah, and nice job by Bob. He was kind of careful with this one along the inside. A young trotting filly moving up onto the gate, but then gets off the gate well, and you saw the trip horse Lincoln's Landing only lose 1 spot as here's Shout Holiday coming on to pick up second.
Yeah, and again, Shout Holiday was kind of first over for a long way, kind of grinding away out there. Was never getting to the to the winner, and I think you're right. I think Bob was kind of careful with it around the turns, especially at the start as well. And then just forged past that pocket sitter at long odds, Lincoln's Landing in the late stages to round out the exacta. But Shout Holiday certainly has all kinds of ability and has hit the board with incredible frequency. Just could not get the Fast Approach, who as a horse is kind of coming to his own as of late, right? He's 3 for his last 4 now, after starting off his career 0 for 8.
And I think the reason why we can keep an eye on Lincoln's Landing and think that he can fit in tougher. Gets off the gate nicely.
Tactical speed, right? We love that here at the river. I mean, any horse that can go forward off the switch is always in with a chance. Good things happen when you leave, right? It's something that I believe in as a horse player as well. I always rather bet a horse that can leave off the gate than one that can't.
It's a 5-1-4-3. Top four. Coming back in front of us is number 5, Fast Approach, a 3-year-old Walner Bay Gelding, owned by Mark Etzel and Dean Lockhart and Peter Porter. Mark Etzel, the trainer. Travis Henry, the winning driver. It's the 3rd win for Fast Approach at Grand River, 3rd win lifetime. And the training double for Mark Etzel. The 6th race payouts, Fast Approach, 270, 230, 220. 1 showed Holiday, 330, 320. 4 Lincoln's Landing, 550. $2 exactor, $11.60. Try, $27.85. Super, 106.50. Sixth race, order of finish from the top, 2743165. That's 2743165 on the bottom.
Great look at the beautiful Aurora sky there, brought to you by our wonderful broadcast team here at Grand River Raceway. And it's time now for the late pick four, starting right here in race number 7. Same low take out of 15%. And there's my ticket, 1, 3, 5, and 7 here in the opening leg of that sequence. And I do like the 7 Ivan Eagle. Great performance last time to be second after a strong win July 31st. But I thought this is a pretty intriguing race with some other options as well. So 1, 3, 5, and 7 for me here. 5 and 6 in race number 8. This Enchanted Angel and Bronzer. I think those are the two that will likely decide it in that dash. Just the 5, J. Richard Nice, and race number 9. Strong winner last time out at Georgian Downs. We get to see him back here at the river, and he was a winner over the surface back in June and did so in fine fashion on that occasion as well. So he's a single for me in race number 9. Just the 3, 5, and 7 in the money leg. Giving the edge to the 3 Happy Nays, but also using the 5 Smart Thinking and the 7 Better on Ice. Just $4.80 for a 20-cent ticket. We'll see what Conley's got in store for us in this late pick 4 sequence. And trying to remember who his single was. No singles. That's right. No singles for Conley in this late pick 4. 3 and 7 here. So Chip Happened. One that was a good first over try last time to be third in a race where Ivan Eagle went past that one for second. So 2 deep here, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in race number 8. So he's added in the 3 Wolfpack Attack and the 4 Fitness Class, 1, 2, and 5 in race 9. So along with J. Richard Nice, he's got PL Quinella and the 2 MI Radical, who picks up Bob McClure in the bike. And then that money like 2, 3, 5, 7, and 9. So spreading it a little more in that finale condition claiming event. Pretty competitive looking dash top to bottom. And he does have the 3 that I have, but he's added in the 2 and 9 as well. $6 for a 20-cent ticket for Conley. But you got a minute or so to map out your winning wagers for this late pick 4 sequence starting right here in race number 7. We'll be back in a moment or two to take a closer look at the upcoming dash.
Field for race number 7 on parade. 1 is Angel Flyaway, J.B. Renault for Julie Walker and Leonard Gamble. Number 2, Green Light Go, Blair Burgess drives and trains for Burgess Racing and James Walker and Jeremy Kratz. Number 3, Chip Happen, Daryl Thiessen for James McCaig and Jan McCaig and Jan McCaig-Weischer. 4 is Massive Tattoo, Bruce Richardson for John Holding and Morley Bosomworth. 5 is TriStar Carmen, Bob Clore for Andrew Cars and Aaron Wood Equine. Number 6, Fly Higher, Dag Henriksen for Mike Rive and Gary Silifant, and Mike shares in ownership. And number 7, Eye of an Eagle, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley, and Ed and Ashley share in ownership. Field of 7, race number 7, Eye of an Eagle, Rob 3-2 on the board. Disappointed us last time out from the trailer post, but we knew it was possible and parked every step of the way and still was beaten only half a length. We got to come right back to Eye of an Eagle.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those ones, Gary, where I'm going 4 deep in the multi, so I probably shouldn't have the favorite on top, but I did put him on top because last time the effort was still pretty strong, right? Orly Shadow kind of surprised everyone, ambushed the field off the gate from post 8, and Eye of an Eagle ended up in a pretty rough spot, a long way out of it, and then was just overlaying the entire journey before getting into second and missed only by half a length at the wire at 55 cents to the dollar. So right now, a chance to take back some value on this one, who will have to work from the uttermost post in the contest, but I think you'd prefer that than starting from the second tier. And Eye of an Eagle, a fine winner, 2 back. He is a brother to Floyd the Freak, who's a horse that I've always liked on a short track, and I think that Eye of an Eagle can get back to the win column in here. Just will need a better trip this time out.
We both think that Chip Happened is the most logical threat. 7-2 on the board. Good recent form, a couple at Hanover, and then that one here. Now gets a better post.
Yeah, better post to work from. And I was a fan of Chip Happen last time and got away third from post 7, left hard off the gate to get there, then made that first over move. And I thought it was a pretty strong first over challenge to Orly Shadow. Ended up, losing that battle, but still, I thought finished a respectable third at 37-1. The problem tonight is now he's 7-2. Better post to work from. Second start, Daryl Thiessen got a preview of what he can do with that teamster last time out, and now people are jumping aboard. So I like his tactical speed. I think he's going to go forward off the gate and maybe gets an easier journey this time out. So he's a logical one to use, I think, to beat Eye of an Eagle. But again, you have to accept a much lower price than he was last time.
Well, he's slightly the second choice on the board right now. The others are the 1 and 5 that are getting a reasonably similar action. So let's go to 1, Angel Flyaway. And, well, the qualifier at the end was flying.
Yeah, definitely was. And she's a full sister to Teddy's Little Angel, who earned more than $455,000 and 13 victories. And the thing is that that qualifier, I mean, it was as you see it on paper, right? I mean, it was dominant, and she certainly brushed home nicely, 29-3. 2-year-old facing some older rivals in here. There's one other 2-year-old in here with her. I think that again, she's got a great chance to win at first asking. I don't obviously like the pole position. You know how much I don't like that for a youngster, especially one making their first start. But if she gets away cleanly off the gate, I mean, she can certainly make her presence felt against this group. That qualifier, she's probably got a lot more left in the tank off that. And again, she's got some good bloodline. So I like Angel Fly Away in here. And in these positions, I would know if I could take 5-2. I'd probably rather pass on that number and maybe watch her for next time, but I do recognize she's in with a chance.
We both have the same top 3, then we differed on where to go for one to throw on the bottom of the ticket. You went to TriStar Carmen, and I threw in Massive Tattoo. I think with TriStar Carmen actually was bet fairly solidly last time out, but then things went south right away with a break going to the quarter.
Well, I think the thing is that this horse taking action, in many of his recent efforts. And the 3 starts ago, it was a really good third. And before that, I thought was a decent fourth, even probably a better effort than the fourth, at 48-1. Last two, obviously the break last time, Overland 2 back, but you get Bob McClure tonight.
Yeah, and listen, the one that I took on the bottom 4, Massive Tattoo, makes an equipment change, blind bridle to blinkers. That last race, boy, I mean, that's a hard one to back this one and throw onto the ticket, but I thought was racing started to get better the starts before that one, and I was willing to take a flyer, just overlook that last race, the equipment change, and see if Massive Tattoo could come back around a bit.
I think that Massive Tattoo is, one that we kind of recognized kind of out of nowhere, right? That third place finish, and then followed up with a couple of fourths. And when you see a horse start to trend in the right direction, they can sometimes keep on rolling. Now, last time out, got away fourth off the gate, faded back to eighth, and that race won by Orly's Shadow. But I think we could see this one rebound with a pretty decent effort tonight to get a chunk of it. I went to TriStar Carmen mostly just kind of intrigued by Bob jumping aboard this one. And TriStar Carmen's been one, like you said, taking support. And one that I've kind of mixed around with in my selections and even on top at times. 5-1, probably a little shorter than I'd take to win on that one, though.
The one that I'm curious about here is Green Light Go, because actually the start here, July the 24th, the first career start, this is one that was right up in the hunt for a good chunk of the way and then put in that 33-second final quarter. So clearly ran out of steam and was competitive again at Mohawk last time and then made a break. We've seen a few flashes, and this is only a 2-year-old with just those 2 starts, but there's some things in there that suggest that maybe he's a decent trotter.
Yeah, you're right. It's definitely possible. I mean, you're right. Kind of pestered Macedonia on the engine in the lifetime debut. Ended up fading back to fourth last time out, made that miscue. But, obviously still learning the ropes, right? Just 2 career starts. Does face older horses tonight, but I think he's one to obviously keep an eye on at 12-1.
And it is Blair Burgess. So 12-1 on the board. But right now it's Ivan Eagle at 4-5 has anticipated the favorite. It is Angel Flyway, Green Light Go on the inside. In the center, Chip Happened, Massive Tattoo, TriStar Carmen. To the outside, Fly Higher, Ivan Eagle. 7 for race 7, moving into position. Field of 7 for the 7th race. They're gathering speed, and TriStar Carmen made a bit of a bobble, quickly recovered, and now gets right back up into position. And TriStar Carmen was able to recover well enough to come blasting out. And then Chip Happened on the inside, and Green Light Go broke stride. Massive Tattoo 4th, then Fly Higher. Angel Flyway on the inside, and Ivan Eagle is racing 6th right now, and they work their way around the turn. Chip Happened at 6-1, was able to come right out and get the lead. Angel Flyway now is off stride, and now moving up and taking over 4th. Ivan Eagle is coming on the outside, and Fly Higher is 5th on the inside. But as the opening quarter was 28-3, leading the way is Chip Happened and Daryl Thiessen. TriStar Carmen's racing position 2nd, then Massive Tattoo, and then it is Ivan Eagle working on the outside, getting up closer with every stride, has moved up to only about 2 off the lead, working first over and giving cover to Fly Higher, and then along to the inside, Massive Tattoo is about 3.5 off the lead. Chip Happened, now Ivan Eagle and Eddie Hensley on the outside is looming, 59-2 halftime, and TriStar Carmen 3rd. Those 3 starting to get a bit of separation on the 4th one, Massive Tattoo. It is Chip Happened. Ivan Eagle on the outside is about a length back and chipping away, but still strong as Chip Happened. Chip Happened and Ivan Eagle, who's 2-5 on the board, and TriStar Carmen hasn't gone away and is right there in the hunt on the inside. They hustle on up to 3/4, and it is Chip Happened. Ivan Eagle and Eddie Hensley not giving any urging, still content to just sit on the outside and come on forward. Now there's a light tap, and now Ivan Eagle is going to move up and get right on even terms with Chip Happened. 3/4, 128-2, and Chip Happened hasn't thrown in the towel, and Eddie Hensley had to steady Ivan Eagle for a moment there, and it is Chip Happened and up the inside, TriStar Carmen. TriStar Carmen trying it up the inside against Chip Happened. Chip Happened and TriStar Carmen. TriStar Carmen wins it. Chip Happen second, Ivan Eagle third, and Massive Tattoo was fourth. TriStar Carmen and Prime Time Bob McClure takes race number 7 up the passing lane, Rob.
Up the passing lane. It's been tough to win up there, this season. But obviously, like you said, Gary, has kind of gotten better as the year rolls on. And TriStar Carmen, interestingly enough, right, made that bobble at the start or before the start, brief little bobble, and then really came right back in stride and blasted off the wings of the gate. And that certainly was the difference for TriStar Carmen this time around. Put into the race by Bob McClure, and love what he did here in the final turn. Kind of angled to the outside and said, you know what, I'm just going to stay tight to the cones here and go up the inside of Chip Happened and gets past for the victory. So, like I said, I was intrigued by Bob jumping aboard this one. And I guess the job done at the passing lane. Took a lot of late support down to 7-2, but I don't think he's that priced in the multi-leg wagers.
And Chip Happen probably got just a bit softened up by Ivan Eagle, who never saw the inside and, understandably got a little leg weary late.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I think we looked at it last time just thinking that, okay, well, got a tough trip last time. Certainly this time out, nose back on gate, can go out there and get the job done. He gets crushed down to 2-5. But he ends up getting a similar kind of journey, right? He ends up with a lot of work to do in the early stages, goes overland, and just couldn't get the Chip Happened. That's something that I guess was a possibility from that uttermost post, and that's why I was happy to use others in here in the multis. But I have an Eagle. I'm sure will fight on next time out. Decent third, all things considered, but does disappoint as a heavy favorite.
Well, we mentioned last race how much we like horses that can leave, and the difference. I have an Eagle really hasn't flashed any gate speed, and TriStar Carmen was able to blast out.
Absolutely, yeah. We always want to be on the side of tactical speed and early foot here at the River.
It's a 5-3-7-4. Back in front of us is 5 TriStar Carmen, 4-year-old Il Sango Dream Bay gelding owned by Aaron Woodek Wine of Rockwood. Andrew Carr's the trainer. Prime Time Bob McClure scores second win on the evening. TriStar Carmen's second win this year in lifetime. 158-2. Seventh race payouts. 5 TriStar Carmen. 930, 520, 273. Chip Happened. 450, 230. 7 Ivan Eagle 220. $2 exactor, $35. Dollar try, $44.20. Dollar super, $146.15. Ivan Eagle at 4-5 has anticipated the favorite. It is Angel Flyway, Green Light Go on the inside. In the center, a chip happened. Massive Tattoo, TriStar. Seventh race, or a finish from the top, is a 7624153. That's 7624153 in the bottom.
Hey kids, do you like to write stories or poems or draw pictures of horses? We're running 2 contests from now until August 31st with a total prize money of $3,500. For the Youth Literary Derby, Ontario students in grades 3 to 8 can submit either a short story or a poem with standardbred theme. Poems and stories are judged separately. If you like to draw, then the Youth Art Derby might be for you. This one is open to students in grades 3 to 12, and you can do a drawing or a sketch of anything standardbred related. Check out our website for more inspiration and more information, bgracingalliance.ca.
Field for the 8th on parade. 1, Fast as Lightning, Colin Kelly for Jim Ellis. Number 2, Belvedere Franklin, Phil Houdon, drives and trains for Dr. Mike Veneri. Three is Wolfpack Attack, Steve Houdon for Joe Shaw and Bill Shaw. 4 is Fitness Class, Austin Sorry for Bill Budd and Hut Racing. 5, Enchanted Angel, Bob Glore for Mark Hetzel and Robert Newton and Shantan. Number 6, Bronzer, Jason Ryan for Amanda Find and Highland Thoroughbred Farm and Marty Fine. And number 7 is Seacan Trot, Scott Young for David Fry and Stuart and Patricia Bolander. It's a field of 7. It's race number 8. Let's look at this field. Well, Rob, we got a look at Bronzer just a week ago, and that was a pretty solid second, and now we'll get a second start here in Ontario after coming in from south of the border. This is one that's, I think, going to go off as the favorite. Is 9-5 right now.
Yeah, I think it's deserving of favoritism, Gary. I mean, Bronzer last time out didn't do too much wrong, just was in there with a buzzsaw against It Don't Matter to Me. Ended up disappointing as a 6-5 favorite, but followed that one around the racetrack in a loose pocket, and I thought raced pretty well to be second in 157 flat. And before that was a strong winner at Pocono Downs. So second start now over this surface and north of the border for Amanda Fine. I think the clear one to beat in here, but I was going to go alone in the multi-leg wagers. I also used the 5 Enchanted Angel.
Well, an Enchanted Angel is one you kind of got to take a flyer with because July the 10th here just crushed, and then last race made a break in stride.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where, I mean, if you play Enchanted Angel, you got to kind of hold your breath. I mean, has raced with Bob McClure before and made breaks under him as well. But the thing is, that effort here, July the 10th, I mean, that was over a track that was a second off. She absolutely, like you said, crushed the field and did so in 57 and 2s. So I mean, that's a 56 and 2 mile with trainer Mark Etzel aboard. If she can mind her manners tonight, I think she's the one that will give Bronzer a go and likely going to be the second choice in the betting.
I think she kind of poses a conundrum.
Yeah, she kind of does.
I just had to use your word from the first race because I love that. Enchanted Angel, those are the top two. I think that's the way that pans out. Belvedere Franklin is one that, I'm not going to use to beat one of those two. But Belvedere Franklin is quietly starting to get to be a nicely consistent trotter now as a 4-year-old. Yeah,
and the thing about Belvedere Franklin is what do we? And the theme of the tonight, other than conundrum, has been tactical speed and early foot off the gate, right? And Belvedere Franklin possesses those assets, and I think that we're going to see that again tonight from him. He's going to probably push off the gate from post 2 and just try to sit a favorable journey and then kind of let the chips fall where they may. And last time out, third to It Don't Matter to Me and Bronzer was a long way back of second place finisher Bronzer, but I think that Belvedere Franklin is one that can certainly land somewhere in the exotics.
And in fact, if you're looking for a conundrum, it's 3 Wolfpack Attack because really good at Clinton at the end of July. You see a win at Clinton July the 14th, came here last time out and really didn't do much.
No, it's kind of been interesting, the up and downs of Wolfpack Attack, because that group that she beat in Clinton was a pretty solid one, I thought, top to bottom. And then after that, wasn't able to kind of replicate it, taking support to 5-1 here at the River, and then finished second at Clinton again, July 28th, but was then beaten by a wide margin at this venue. So there might be something for the Clinton surface for Wolfpack Attack, but maybe we'll see a better effort tonight from her here at the River at 12-1.
Posing a bit of a conundrum. Look at, horse that we've kind of fallen asleep with. I got to stop that now. Number 7, Seacan Trot, because I don't know what to make of this. This is another conundrum because, look, we loved her earlier in the year, but of late, no.
See Can Trot. It's interesting because when I looked at this field early this morning, and I was trying to, obviously work on the card, I thought it's just kind of a two-horse race, Enchanted Angel and Bronzer, kind of intermixing those two and put Bronzer on top. But See Can Trot, I guess what's interesting about her is that this is a drop down in class. Her last three were in that straight non-winners of 2. And she does have a lot of early foot off the switch. Now, will we see it tonight from post 7? Maybe. And she's got to like getting to that in-between class, right? She was a winner in the non-winners of 1 or 5,000 June 19th, and since then has had to go up against that true non-winners of 2 in all of her last 3. So this is now her first chance at that in-between class, and that might make her a lot more competitive. So I don't mind using her in the exotics at especially 18-1. I wasn't sure how she'd get bet tonight. 12-1 morning line. I thought it could go either way, lower or higher. It's gone higher right now. 17-1 currently.
There's one fast as lightning on the board, and this is one that was racing consistently well. You see a third, a second, a win, a second, then the last 2 races, things have gone south. So fast as lightning, 6-1, continues the theme for this race, the conundrum.
Here we go again. Yeah, the July 17th. I was very fond of this one. Couldn't believe we got that number, by the way, 4-1 on that occasion, and non-winners of 1 here, and had been racing well before that. Followed that up with a nice second at Georgian Downs. Needed the flat line last time after making a break July 27th. So by all rights, I mean, could take a step forward in this spot. And I don't think he's out of his element against this group, but pole position. He's had success from there before, but you know how I feel about that. And Trotter sometimes. I just was going to take a look at Fast as Lightning tonight, but he's taken support throughout the betting. Currently at 6-1, but much shorter price early on. One that I guess you'd want to use in the try and super, and maybe he can outperform that with the right kind of trip.
Well, it is a field of 7 for the 8th race, the Conundrum Trot here on a Wednesday night at Grand River Raceway, and they're starting to move in behind the gate, and we do see that Bronzer and Enchanted Angel are both sitting at 8-5 on the board. We both have this. That pair is our top 2. We'll see how the race unfolds as they're taking up their positions. Fast as lightning at Belvedere Franklin on the inside. In the center, Wolfpack Attack and Fitness Class and Enchanted Angel. To the outside, Bronzer and See Can Trot. Field of 7, race number 8. They're moving into position. Giddy up. Field of Trotters for the 8th race. In position, they enter the backstretch, gathering speed, approaching the start. And they're at the start of their offense. See Can Trot from the outside is going to blast out with Fitness Class as well as Enchanted Angel. Now Enchanted Angel is going to stride through between those two and come on to get the lead. See Can Trot, Fitness Class, then Bronzer, Belvedere Franklin, Fast as Lightning, and Wolfpack Attack is trailing the field. Enchanted Angel at 2-1 is leading as they work on around the turn. Fitness Class at 23-1 is second, and See Can Trot at 30-1 is third. As they come off the turn, Belvedere Franklin. Then it is back to Bronzer, who is fifth right now. Fast as Lightning and Wolfpack Attack. Enchanted Angel and Bob McClure with the lead as they race up to the half of a 27-2 opening quarter. Fitness Class racing second. Now Belvedere Franklin is electrified and charging up on the outside and is moving on and is only about a length and a half off the lead. Bronzer now is advancing on the outside, is second over fourth. They head up to the half, fifth to the inside. See Can Trot, Fast as Lightning, Wolfpack Attack, 57-4 halftime, 30-2 second panel for Enchanted Angel, who leads Belvedere Franklin by a length and 3/4. Fitness Class, Bronzer is moving up, and now Bronzer takes over third, but still has about 3.5 to catch a very sharp Enchanted Angel. Fitness Class on the inside is fourth, then Fast as Lightning, See Can Trot, and Wolfpack Attack. Enchanted Angel is starting to get away a bit. 3/4, 126 and 2. Enchanted Angel, Belvedere, Franklin, and Bronzer. And it is Enchanted Angel as they turn for home. Enchanted Angel on down the stretch drive they come. Enchanted Angel off 3/4, 126 and 2. And it's the driving hat trick for Enchanted Angel, winning the Conundrum Trot and taking it by about 7 lengths. Fast as lightning to get second. Belvedere, Franklin third, and Bronzer was fourth. A mile of 1:57 and 4. And well, we got to see primetime Bob romp with Willow Time in the third, and another romping win here is third on the evening, but another romp in this dash with another fine-looking trotter, Enchanted Angel, Rob.
Yeah, Mark Etzel again too. You get a hat trick for Mark Etzel as well, right? And this horse, listen, it very reminiscent of that start two back, right, where it just went to the lead, extended the margin throughout. And I'm sure Bob probably said, "Hey, listen, if Mark did that with her 2 starts ago, I better at least do that or one up him." And I think he certainly was on par with this effort with Enchanted Angel tonight. Kept her trotting off the gate. She went straight to the lead and never looked back. So we knew that was a possibility with her, right? It's kind of, is she going to stay flat? If she does, she's likely going to go out there and give a good account of herself, and she did exactly that. Bronzer never really able to get into gear like we saw last time. Ended up finishing fourth as a 3-5 favorite, but fast as lightning fished through up the inside late for second. But in any event, Bob McClure back-to-back wins, completes the hat trick right here, but he's still got another live opportunity in the next dash.
Well, and that's why we were commenting, and that's, look, Bronzer was the 3-5 favorite because the question, the conundrum with Enchanted Angel was all those breaks you see, 1, 2, 3, 4 since May the 9th in the last let's say 7 or 8 races.
Yeah, exactly. No, and the thing is that even before that, I mean, she was doing good things, right? You can see on the season, she's 1 for 15, but she's got those 5 on the board finishes. And I mean, she was racing really competitively at Mohawk Park before those breaks all started happening. And like I said, I'm sure Bob wanted this one tonight because Mark got her to a pretty strong victory two back. And I've seen that before with horses that Mark has. He'll want to tinker with them for a couple starts or a few starts, and then he hands the lines back over to a catch driver. And tonight, Bob McClure was the beneficiary of that.
Well, it's 9:35 on the clock, but it's prime time here at Grand River Raceway. Enchanted Angel, a 3-year-old Muscle Mass Bay filly, owned by Mark Etzel and Robert Newton in Shantan. Mark Etzel, the trainer, with a training hat trick, and primetime Bob McClure with 3 driving wins on the night. Second win for Enchanted Angel, 157 and 4. The 8th race. Number 5, Enchanted Angel, $630, $4 $280. One Fast as Lightning, $11.60, $492. Belvedere Franklin, $230. $2 Exactor, $46.80. Dollar Tribe, $101.30. Dollar Superfecta, $210.50. Eighth race order finish from the top, 2356147. That's 2356147. Field for the 9th on parade. 1, PL Canella. Matt Dupuis drives and trains and owns. Number 2 is Am I Radical? Bob McClure for Dave Holiday and Caroline Holiday and Dennis Hanneth. 3 is Whizzer Wally. Jason Ryan for Mark Goddard and Howard Kaufman of Bryn Mawr. Joshua Kaufman. 4, Fantastic MVP Todd Ratchford for Jack Moisevan. High Stakes Incorporated and Nancy McNevin and the Mo and Joe Stable. And Sunset Racing. Number 5, J. Richard Nice. Austin Sorry for Ron McDonald and Hartel Maintenance and Lorimer McClure. And number 6, Handsome Hank. Jay Harris for Caitlin Graham. Field of 6, race number 9. Well, let's get a look at 5, J. Richard Nice and Rob. 5 post 5s winning on the evening. We started off with a 5-5 double, and the last 3 races were all post 5. And J. Richard Nice looking to keep that going, and I think he'd be the favorite in here regardless of which of these 6 posts he has. But post 5 certainly has been the top post here this year.
Yeah, I think that didn't matter where he drew in this field, he's going to be the favorite just off his latest effort and really his overall body of work this season and even last year as well. Yeah, you know what, we've kind of said that we thought that, you know, post 4, post 5 would be the ones that kind of emerge as the best places to be because of the fact that you can get off the gate from there nicely, and we know, you know, how well, you know, the early speed holds up here at the river. But J. Richard Nice, I mean, he was a tremendous winner June 26th here over this surface. And then in his last 3, he's won 2 of those at Georgian Downs, and was a good second, I thought, too, back to Solwit. So I think that this looks like a race that he should be able to handle his competition, you know, as long as he comes back to those efforts. And this season, he's hit the board in 7 of his 9 tries, and he's gotten along well with Austin Sorey. He's a perfect 2 for 2 with him in the driver's seat. So I think that he deserves to go off as the odds-on choice in here, and I wasn't going to try to beat him.
You know, one thing I would say, though, the difference between J. Richard Nice and Am I Radical and PL Canella is not what the tote board is suggesting right now, because Am I Radical, look at second to Wheels Ablaze, and you mentioned earlier in the card that reference, Wheels Ablaze's really good. Am I Radical has been decent, and Primetime Bob's been hot.
Yeah, he's been hot, and he picks up a live steer here. There's no doubt about it. Am I Radical is one that we've always kind of put in the mix when we've seen him here at the river. He was here earlier in the season, and I thought raced pretty well against some decent groups too, right? BBC Sportsboy went on to do pretty good things at Mohawk Park. After that, Vimy Ridge Venti came around them there after this one, chopped it out on June 19th. But he's now gone on to Georgian Downs and been in the mix every time he steps on the track. And now you pick up Bob McClure in the bike, and we've seen Bob already with 3 wins here tonight. He's got a couple of solid chances in the last 2 dashes.
Yeah, and his one not-so-good race was post 8 at Georgian, where he didn't leave and had a lot of work to do. Look, PL Canella on the inside, 3-1. Boy, you can't say much negative about the efforts that PL Canella puts up.
No, you can't. And the thing is, now you get away from Goober Smack, right? That one raced in the OSS Golds tonight, and this one's been chasing that rival gamely too, and each of his last 2 missed to Radical Legacy before that. Has not won since June 26th, when he was a strong first over winner before forging away and opening up a wide margin in the late stages. But he's done nothing really wrong this whole season, right? 10 on the board finishes and really ratcheted up those efforts on the program page that you'll see. So I think that P.L. Quinella can't really be avoided. He's got his trainer, Matt Dupuis, in the bike tonight. He obviously knows him better than anyone, and I think he should be in the mix throughout.
Handsome Hank is both of us using this one for 4th, and Handsome Hank was only 4th last time out. Goober Smack and P.L. Canella, the top 2 in there, and 3rd to start before that. So there's at least some references, and then you go further down the page, July the 6th, a winner at Georgian Downs as well.
Yeah, I guess the question is, what's the trip scenario look for, for Handsome Hank tonight? Now, he's picked up pieces in his last 2, getting away 3rd and getting away 2nd, and then obviously fading back a spot 2 back. But he's a horse that, he's a useful horse, right? He hits the board with frequency. He picks up a lot of checks, and he's got that tactical speed and early foot to work with. So outermost post in the contest, but it's only post 6. He's got options off the gate, and I think it might be a stretch for him to to get the lead off the start tonight, just because there are some speedy horses to his inside. But I think he can be in the mix throughout and lands on the bottom end of the Try or Super.
We just have a field of 6 in here, and while we have a moment, this fifth race, this ninth race is the daily double. Just looking into race number 10, if you're trying to scout out a double, how strongly do you feel about Happy Nays, or do you want to also use Smart Thinking and a couple others, or do you just want to play straight on 5 here onto Happy Nays?
I usually like to try to hit it straight and play it for a bigger number. I'd obviously look at what the probables are, and right now a 5-3 is $17 and a 5-5 is $10. I think sometimes too those probables might be a little lower on a 5-5 because sometimes people like to just press the same number in each race. Sometimes that takes a little bit of money and value away from those types, but I'd probably just press a 5-3. I like I like Happy Nays quite a bit. Getting back here to the river, and I thought he's raced better than advertised at Mohawk Park. So I'd be more than happy with a number like that in a double, Gary. If you're getting like $15 on that double, I'd probably press that for a decent number.
Yeah, and that's not one that I'm actually using Happy Nays on top in there as well. So just thought I'd take a look at. That's interesting that the double is not too bad, really, because I think that ultimately that's a value play between J. Richard Nice and Happy Nays, although I'd actually be taking a flyer with PL Canella as well, just to try to get one of those two onto Happy Nays.
Yeah, and obviously these can change, right, with the more action that pours in late. A 1-3 doubles at $41 right now. But again, I'd expect the 5-3 especially to come down a little bit come post time. We see him right now sitting at 4-5. I don't think J. Richard Nice is going to go off at more than that. And P.L. Quinella is probably about the right number at 5-2. I thought Am I Radical would actually take a little more support in here, just with the hot hand aboard, right, Bob McClure? Sometimes people like to jump on that. He's been winning in bunches tonight, and again, I thought that he might attract more attention with Bob aboard.
Wizard Wally back in June and into the just in June, was racing consistently well. Then made those couple of breaks, qualified, and got a flat line here. It wasn't much, just went around the track and got that flat line. But maybe instead of using on the bottom a different horse, Handsome Hank, maybe Wizard Wally now, because he needed that last line. Look, he really did look pretty sharp in June, consistently.
Yeah, and as you talk about him, Gary, he just went down from 10-1 to 6-1. Mark Goddard hands over the lines to Jason Ryan tonight. It's kind of an angle to jump on too, right? Second start back after missing some time. Trainer hands over the lines to a catch driver, and one that's had tons of success here at the river. So I see it with Wizard Wally. Yeah, he might be one that you want to jump on underneath, and again, I think he'd still add some value to the exotics even at 7-1.
Well, and I mean, he was in with some decent horses. He was in non-winners of 3 and 4 at Georgian Downs at the end of July and June. There was some, Am I Radical was the winner there, and he was third. It was a very credible effort.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's that victory in non-winners of 2 there at Georgian as well. I mean, not out of place against this group. And again, there's some angles to jump on, right? Regular rotation, second start back. Jason Ryan aboard.
It's a field of 6 for race number 9. Your 5, J. Richard Nice, is at even money. I went to 1 PL Canella, looking to get just a little bit more of a price, 5-2. I anticipated J. Richard Nice being the favorite. And now actually PL Canella has come down to what I think is the more appropriate price between those two. It's PL Canella and Am I Radical on the inside. In the center, Wizard Wally, fantastic MVP. And to the outside, J. Richard Nice and Handsome Hank. It's a field of 6. Hits race number 9 on a Wednesday night at the river. It's post time. Field of 6 for race number 9. They're into the backstretch and moving in on the gates. They're at the start and they're off, and Am I Radical times the gate, and off stride J. Richard Nice made a recovery, then bobbled again, and now has recovered but spots the field a few lengths. And now it is Whizzer Wally challenging with M.I. Radical. But M.I. Radical and Bob McClure wants the lead. Whizzer Wally is going to need to take back now and is going to do so and is going to be working in the pocket behind M.I. Radical. Handsome Hank a third, Peel Canella fourth, and Fantastic MVP. And J. Richard Nice now has to pass 5 to win. And it is M.I. Radical at 7-1. And Bob McClure with a front. Racing along in second is Whizzer Wally at 14-1. And now it is Peel Canella who's going to grind up first over Handsome Hank, Fantastic MVP, and J. Richard Nice is sixth, but at least is out into the flow as they work their way on up towards the half. And M.I. Radical at 7-1. Has the front for Bob McClure. Peel Canella coming to call first over. Whizzer Wally on the inside is racing third. Then Handsome Hank and Fantastic MVP. And J. Richard Nice 3 wide is working hard now, but with a lot of work to do, but is coming with authority. It is M.I. Radical and Peel Canella. And now J. Richard Nice is bursting onto the scene and has come on to take over third and is only about a length and 3/4 back. Up that 59 2 half to get up to 3/4. 3/4 was recorded by M.I. Radical, who's got a lead of a length and 1/4, 3/4, 128 3. J. Richard Nice and Peel Canella. Whizzer Wally on the inside. Fantastic MVP and Handsome Hank. It is M.I. Radical. As they turn for home, J. Richard Nice. M.I. Radical isn't done yet, though. It's M.I. Radical rolling on down the stretch drive and is going to win it. M.I. Radical, prime time Bob with his fourth on the evening. Then it goes to Whizzer Wally for second with Peel Canella and J. Richard Nice for third. 157-3. M.I. Radical at a lovely price of 7-1, Rob.
Yeah, it's interesting. I thought that this horse's value at 9-2 goes up to 7-1. And again, obviously, when we mapped these out earlier, Gary, you're not privy to Bob McClure picking up the drive on M.I. Radical, but right off the gate, obviously that the break of J. Richard Nice changes the complexion of the race, but you could see M.I. Radical looking great behind the starting gate, and Bob McClure had this one up on the bit, and he wanted nothing else but the front end. And that's a big number in this horse, 7-1.
Now,
This
Whizzer Wally on the ends.
We've seen do really good things, here at the River earlier this season, but certainly at Georgian recently. And again, if you jumped in at that price, you got some serious value.
Yeah, and when you saw how much burst J. Richard Nice has, it certainly tells you that it could have very easily been a much different story had he stayed flat. That's not saying M.I. Radical didn't race well, but J. Richard Nice certainly showed a huge burst.
Yeah, he did. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, he looked kind of hot behind the gate. I don't usually see that from him, right? Like, he looked a little bit hot behind the gate, and I could see he was fired up and trying to go forward off the switch, and then just put a stutter step in and then went into a full-fledged, break in stride. And that was the difference in the race, obviously. Now, I'm not sure if he would have beat M.I. Radical anyways, but at the end of the day, he did make a pretty solid recovery to just miss out in the place spot.
And Whizzer Wally, I think, gets second.
Yeah, Whizzer Wally, one that you thought was in with a chance underneath, and it's going to be a real nice exacta and try with the 1-5 shot out of it.
Well, there were a few ideas there about why Whizzer Wally, Jason Ryan, second start off of the break, and it did pan out. It's a 2-3-1-5. M.I. Radical, Bob McClure, fourth win on the evening. M.I. Radical, 4-year-old, looks like a Chippendale Black Gelding owned by Caroline Holiday and Dennis Hanneth. David Holiday is the trainer. It's the third win this year, 9th lifetime. M.I. Radical, 157-3. the ninth race payouts to Am I Radical, 1790, 710, 590. 3 Whizzer Wally, 1360, 1060. 1 PL Canella, 310. $2 Exactor, 111.80. Dollar Try, 213.25. Dollar Super, 625.65. Ninth race, so we're finished in the top. 3, 1, 2, 6, 4, 5. That's 3, 1, 2, 6, 4, 5 in the bottom. Field for the 10th on parade, 1, Jayport Beach Boy. Louis Gregg for Rebecca Geisel. Number 2, DA Magic Mike, Daryl Thiessen for Gary Murner. And Alan Guthrie and Douglas Dunbar. And number 3, Happy Nays, Jay Harris for Derek Anderson and Russ Gorley. Four is Valentino of Lita, Jason Ryan for Ben Hollingsworth and Mike Goldberg. 5 is Smart Thinking, Austin Sorry for Kim BX. Number 6, Why is Better's Legacy, Bob Clifford, Gary Murner, and Alan Guthrie and William Leon. Number 7, Better on Ice, Travis Henry for Dale Fritz and Edward Aitchison and Michael Sawyer. 8 is Control the Smile, Bruce Richardson for Brent Dunbar and Dorothy Dunbar. 9 is Easily the Best, Phil Houdon for Matt Dupuis and Rick Eamon. Field of 9, race 10, let's look at this field. We'll start with number 3, Happy Nays, and, well, should be happy getting back here to Grand River. Last time Happy Nays was here, it ended happily.
With Jay Harris as well, and last 2 starts at Mohawk Park, it may not look all that great on paper, Gary, but they were better than advertised. Last time out, kind of got shuffled back, didn't have much of a chance. You can see Homan 27-3. He was still coming forward at the wire, 5th at 37-1. Before that, similar kind of trip scenario, and 3 back. Close up to be 3rd at 28-1. So I think it's going to love getting back here to the river. Has had success here in the past. Typically has performed better on the beach tracks and over the bigger surface at Mohawk Park, and has a driver aboard that's got him to the winner circle on several occasions. So I like Happy Nays here. Shocked that he's 8-1. I would be surprised if he goes off anything close to that compose time. I think he deserves more support than that. And I think he's going to be, obviously forwardly placed, but he's proven he can win from many different trip scenarios.
Number 5, Smart Thinking, is one. The overall record the past 2 seasons isn't great, but this is one that's showing improvement and has been fairly consistent of late, and the recent speed is decent.
Yeah, is hitting the board with all kinds of frequency, right, in recent efforts. You can see it right there on the page. 4th last time in a race that was topped by T.H. McMurray. We'd back him in here. We'd even back, I'll get my own thanks for Smokestack. So when you look at who he's been facing in these bottom condition classes, pretty much all the horses that he's been finishing behind, we would probably be betting in here with both hands. I mean, Bob Loblaw, your favorite horse, July 17th, was a winner, granted 10 lengths behind that one. But he just missed on making the final in the Gold Cup and Saucer and PEI. So it's one of those things where this transition in class should be one that Smart Thinking is going to absolutely relish. And last time in the condition claimer was 3rd, and against a tougher group too that included Kansas Panic and Barron's Weapon. So again, this is the one to beat. But I knew it would be a short price on a horse that's 0 for 21 this season. So that's a tough pill to swallow for me. Even just 2 for 57 over the last 2 seasons. But again, certainly has the credentials to get the better of this group.
Number 7, Better on Ice. I used that one for 2nd. The only problem, I'm not sure if the post position works for him. He likes to get off the gate. He got off the gate at Mohawk from post 7 last race, but he makes the top 2, 7 out of 11 this year. Better on Ice coming back to Grand River could be pretty good in here.
I think so. Yeah, I think he's in with a big chance. And I think that post 7, well, it is a little bit tricky. He's got enough tactical speed to overcome it in a hurry. He can blast off the wings of the gate. He's shown that here from post 4. And then, last time out, he went forward in 27-2 at Mohawk Park. And I think he gets forwardly placed. And I think if he gets a trip that's not too taxing, he can be right there at the wire. Another one that I'm shocked is going off at around 8-1. Like, I thought that this race looked pretty evenly matched between the 3, 5, and 7. One of them 6-5 right now. The other 2 are providing a lot of value.
I started off using DA Magic Mike farther up on my ticket, and I might regret that I ended up taking him off. He moved up to face tougher last time out at Mohawk. Yeah, tailed off late, but bit of an excuse because he did a lot of work early. But also, he was really good here. It's just that he is facing tougher than what he faced when he was back here.
Yeah, he definitely is. I mean, those were the maiden ranks, right? And he was having success there. Then he moved to that condition claimer at Mohawk Park, and he set the middle panels. He led right into the stretch. I thought he might actually get away from them at 13-1. He faded back to seventh, 4 lengths away from the winner, Kyle Zart, in a race where everything kind of got clustered in the late stages. But again, getting back to the river against, I guess, more palatable company, still in that condition claimer, I think he can be competitive against this group. And inside draw, lots of early speed. He'll likely be one to catch, if not at worst in the 2-hole.
And quickly, fill me in on Control the Smile. You threw that one onto the bottom of the ticket.
It's a horse that I've actually, liked, for a long time. Just won for 18 this year, but 4 for 33 last season. Making that transition, right? Preferred last time at Hanover. Harper's Hat Trick was the winner. Now you're in the condition claiming ranks. I mean, you even see a line to St. Lad's Criminal 3 starts ago right here at the river. So difficult post, 25-1, though, one that might be able to land somewhere on that high 5 to spice it up.
I threw easily the best on my ticket. That was actually getting a lot of love from the trailer post at 4-1. It's a field of 9 for race number 10. They are moving into position and about to move on into the backstretch. The final dash on a Wednesday night as the horses are wending their way towards the start. It's a field of 9, 10th and final dash. And the field for the 10th is at the start in the rough, and it is Valentino of Lita. Better on Ice is coming out quickly. D.A. Magic Mike, Happy Nays, and J-Port Beach Boy. Then it is Y.S. Better's Legacy, easily the best. Then back for the Smart Thinking, and Control the Smile is trailing the field, but Better on Ice was able to skate right out and get the lead from post 7. Valentino of Lita is second. D.A. Magic Mike third. Then it is Happy Nays and J-Port Beach Boy as they work their way off the turn and roll on towards us, but fronting the field, Better on Ice, who's in front of Valentino of Lita, 27 the opening quarter. D.A. Magic Mike is racing third and now coming on the outside. Easily the best is popped out, and now D.A. Magic Mike took out, and D.A. Magic Mike is being followed by Easily the Best on the outside, scooting up the inside. Valentino of Lita in front of J-Port Beach Boy. Y.S. Better's Legacy is racing position 7th. Smart Thinking, Control the Smile trailing 56-3 halftime. Better on Ice has got the lead. On the outside now, D.A. Magic Mike has moved up and is taken over second and is bearing down on Better on Ice. And from the backfield, Smart Thinking is moving smartly now. 3 wide and is coming and is 5th and is quickly surging. Smart Thinking 5th and now 4th and now 3rd and is out 3 deep and is about to grab the lead at the rate that he's going. 3/4 is upended now. Smart Thinking has forged to the lead, 125-1, and Happy Nays is kicked in late. Smart Thinking and Happy Nays now we're alive, and D.A. Magic Mike in the center of the inside. Better on Ice as the field turns for home. Then Easily the Best in Valentino of Lead on down the stretch. Round they come. Smart Thinking and Better on Ice, and trying to find a seam as D.A. Magic Mike, but it is Better on Ice who's fighting on the outside. Smart Thinking was smartest of all at the finish and wins it. Better on Ice and 3 across the track for third between Valentino of Lita, D.A. Magic Mike, and Happy Nays. 154-2. Smart Thinking. Post 5 again, Robert.
Yeah, post 5 and from off the pace, right? But that's the way Smart Thinking does it, and has typically always done it. I mean, you see a couple of forwardly placed lines on his card, but he's always been a closing type. And you know what? Just kind of, water finding its level, right? 0 for 21 coming into this race. He gets off the schneid, getting down to a much more palatable spot in this condition claiming race. And we talked about it, right? All the horses he's been getting beat by recently, we've been more than happy to take them against this group. And he sustained a nice wide charge, Gary. I mean, he was out wide a long way. Sometimes they kind of fizzle out in the stretch. Happy Nays tried something similar. He couldn't kind of keep stepping forward, although he did get a pretty big piece of it late, but Smart Thinking just proved to be too much for them.
Well, one way that you would know that he should fit into this class, his last 2 races were 53 and change, and now he just needed to find a field. In fact, he didn't even have to. He went in 54-2 on the 10th race at the end of the night, but he came blasting.
Yeah, he certainly did, and you know what? We talked about Better on Ice and what the trip scenario would be. Well, we were correct in the fact that he was going to go forward off the gate. He chopped out legit fractions. He did all he could to win the race and fought gamely too. I thought that he was just going to surrender when Smart Thinking kind of came up to him in the stretch, but he did fight on gamely and was a strong second at 5-1.
And Happy Nays made a big move too from off the pace, but it wasn't quite the caliber of move that Smart Thinking made.
No, he tried to go with that one, and I thought maybe he'd be able to latch onto his cover and maybe, forge into second, maybe even challenge that one to the wire. But he just didn't have the same gears of Smart Thinking tonight. He ends up settling for fifth, but he wasn't too far away from them, right? So I think we can look to him again next time. He tried that one move brush his time out, but we'll see what he can do next time, maybe in a similar spot.
Rob, I think the Smart Thinking Friday night would be to look at post 5 every card.
I will definitely do that. Won't be a conundrum on Friday night for that post.
Back in front of us is number 5, Smart Thinking, 9-year-old Ponder Bay Gelding, owned by Kim BX, who's off the trainer Austin Sorry, the winning driver. Smart Thinking's first win this year, 5th lifetime. Smart Thinking, 154-2.
Have a good night. Great job.
The 10th race payouts, 5 Smart Thinking, $5, $332.67. Better on Ice, $623.42. DA Magic Mike, $340. $2 exactor, $31.90. Dollar try, $64.60. Double, $56.60. Dollar pick 3, $138.25. Dollar pick 4, $407.80. Dollar pick 5, $766.55. And the dollar high 5, $865.25. There is a look at your show photo, which shows DA Magic Mike finishing 3rd. The 10th race, order of finish from the top down, 935 4182 76. That is, once again, from the top down in program order, 935 4182 76. Well, fans, that concludes the live harness racing program for this Wednesday evening. Action resumes on Friday night, and you can place your bets on Friday night for the first dash of 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, John.